1972. Fall asleep to hilarious history. The Great Polyester Purgatory by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Apotheosis of Plastic. I have lived through many revolutions, political, industrial, and once a very spirited one involving a local temperance union and a misplaced barrel of cider. But I was unprepared for the great chemical coup of 1972. In this year, the human race, in its infinite wisdom and inexplicable vanity, decided to abandon the simple gifts of the sheep and the silkworm in favor of a wardrobe derived entirely from the sludge at the bottom of an oil derrick. Man has always sought to improve upon the work of the great Creator. The Creator gave us wool, which is warm, but possesses the unfortunate habit of shrinking to the size of a doll's waistcoat if it so much as glimpses a tub of hot water. He gave us cotton, which is breathable, but wrinkles if a man breathes too heavily in its general direction. But in 1972, the chemists of Delaware and New Jersey looked upon these ancient fibers and pronounced them insufficiently hideous. Thus was born the era of double-knit polyester. It is a fabric that does not so much clothe a man as it encapsulates him. It is a material that defies the very laws of biology and decay. I have observed that if you bury a man in a wool suit, the earth, in its charitable way, will eventually reclaim both the man and the suit. But if you bury a man in a 1972 leisure suit, the archaeologists of the year 4000 will find the man long gone. Yet the suit will emerge from the dirt looking exactly as it did on the day it was purchased from the Sears and Roebuck catalog, crisp, terrifyingly orange, and smelling faintly of scorched petroleum. The primary virtue of this substance, according to the haberdashers, is that it never needs ironing. This is true. You cannot wrinkle polyester any more than you can wrinkle a manhole cover. It possesses a structural integrity that would make an architect weep with envy. If a man wearing a double-knit suit were to be struck by a locomotive, the man might be scattered to the four winds, but the jacket would remain perfectly pressed, hanging in the air for a moment like the grin of the Cheshire Cat, before settling gently onto the tracks without a single crease. But what a price we pay for this permanence! To wear a polyester shirt in the heat of a Washington July is to experience the sensation of being a Thanksgiving turkey wrapped in saran wrap. The material does not breathe. Breathing is a biological process, and polyester is fundamentally opposed to biology. When a man enters a room in 1972, he does not merely walk, he swishes. He generates enough static electricity to power a small village in the Ozarks. I once saw a gentleman in a lime green ensemble shake hands with a senator. The resulting blue spark was so magnificent that 3 witnesses immediately converted to Methodism, believing they had seen a sign from the Almighty. And then we must consider the leisure suit. In previous generations, a suit was a garment of gravity and decorum. It was designed to make a man look like a pillar of the community, even if he was actually a scoundrel who embezzled from the church plate. But the leisure suit of 72 is a different beast entirely. It is a garment that shouts, "I have given up on the notion of dignity, and I would like everyone to know it." It features lapels so wide they could serve as emergency landing strips for stray Cessnas. It is adorned with top stitching that looks like it was applied by a blind man operating a steam-powered sewing machine. And the colors? One cannot speak of the colors of 1972 without a sense of profound spiritual exhaustion. It is as if the entire nation collectively decided that earth tones were the only path to salvation, but not the earth tones of a lush forest or a sparkling brook. No, these were the tones of the earth's most regrettable accidents. We have burnt orange, which looks like a pumpkin that has spent too much time in a furnace, avocado green, which resembles a vegetable that has been rejected by a compost heap, and harvest gold, a hue that suggests a wheat field that has contracted a severe case of jaundice. I saw a man recently dressed in a full ensemble of tobacco-brown polyester. He looked less like a human being and more like a very large, very depressed cigar. He sat down in a plastic-covered chair, another invention of this devilish age, and the resulting friction produced a sound like 1,000 crickets in a state of high agitation. When he finally stood up, the chair came with him, bonded to his trousers by a vacuum seal that would have baffled the finest minds of the Royal Society. The irony of the 1972 wardrobe is that it was marketed as liberation. We were told we were being liberated from the dry cleaner, liberated from the ironing board, and liberated from the stuffy conventions of the past. But I ask you, is a man truly free when he is encased in a suit of armor made of recycled soda bottles? Is he liberated when his shirt collar is so long it threatens to poke out his own eyes every time he turns his head? There is a certain snobbery, I suppose, in my preference for the old ways. But there was a time when a man's clothes told a story of his character. Today, his clothes only tell the story of a chemical reaction. We have become a nation of plastic people, living in plastic houses, wearing plastic pants that will outlive our grandchildren. I spoke to a young fellow the other day who was quite proud of his Kiana nylon shirt. It was printed with a pattern of enormous purple geometric shapes that seemed to be vibrating in a way that induced nausea in innocent bystanders. "Mr. TwAIn," he said with the unbearable confidence of the young, "this is the future. It's synthetic. It's modern. It's efficient." "My boy," I replied, "if the future consists of men walking around looking like a collection of bad wallpaper samples, I shall be quite content to remain in the past. At least in the past, when a man sweated, it stayed in his shirt and didn't create a tropical microclimate that could support the growth of rare orchids." He laughed, of course. They always laugh. But mark my words, 100 years from now, when the historians look back at 1972, they will not ask about the gold standard or the salt talks. They will look at the photographs of men in high-waisted flared polyester trousers and platform shoes, and they will ask only one question. Was there something in the water, or did they simply hate themselves? I suspect the answer is both. In the meantime, I shall stick to my white linen. It may wrinkle, it may stain, and it may require the constant attention of a laundry maid, but at least it doesn't hum when I walk past a magnet. There is a dignity in a wrinkle that a plastic sheen can never hope to achieve. And if the world chooses to go to its doom dressed in non-biodegradable electric blue gabardine, I suppose I can't stop it. I shall just sit on the porch, sip my bourbon, and wait for the static electricity to finally ignite the atmosphere and put us all out of our misery. Chapter 2. The Monarch of the Potomac. It has been my observation, gathered over a long life of observing both the nobility of Europe and the ignobility of the Mississippi riverboat gambler. That man is a creature who possesses a deep spiritual craving for a king, even while he is shouting himself hoarse about the glories of democracy. In 1972, the American people found their monarch. He did not wear a crown of gold, which would have been far too ostentatious and difficult to ensure, but he did possess a pair of jowls that carried the weight of 1,000 years of suspicion and a brow that seemed permanently knitted in the effort of calculating a tip. I speak, of course, of Richard the Lion-Hearted, or as he is known to the more cynical inhabitants of the press gallery, Tricky Dick. I have seen many faces in my time. I have seen faces that were maps of tragedy, and faces that were merely blank canvases of stupidity. But the face of the 37th president is a masterpiece of geological complexity. It is a face that suggests a man who has just discovered a fly in his soup and is currently debating whether to sue the waiter, the chef, or the entire concept of gastronomy. It is a face where a smile occasionally wanders across the features like a lost traveler in a desert, looking for a place to rest and finding only more sand. In this year of our Lord 1972, Mr. Nixon sits upon the Potomac with the serene confidence of a man who has successfully sold a three-legged horse to a blind neighbor and is now waiting for the check to clear. He is the champion of the silent majority. This is a marvelous invention of the political imagination. The silent majority, as far as I can discern, consists of millions of citizens who are so profoundly satisfied with the state of the Union that they have lost the power of speech entirely. They do not protest. They do not march. They do not grow their hair to lengths that would startle a Highland sheep. They simply sit in their wood-paneled dens, clutching their television remotes, and radiate a quiet, vibrating aura of disapproval toward anyone under the age of 25. Mr. Nixon is their prophet. He speaks for the man who believes that law and order is a holy incantation, a magical phrase which, if repeated often enough, will cause all the complexities of the human condition to vanish like a debt at a poker game. "We must have law and order," cries the candidate, and the crowd roars its approval, blissfully unaware that in the world of politics, law and order usually means my laws and your orders. It is a beautiful sentiment. It suggests a world where the streets are swept, the trains run on time, and nobody asks uncomfortable questions about where the campaign funds came from or why the plumbers are breaking into offices in the middle of the night. The campaign of '72 is a spectacle that would make a Roman emperor blush with envy. Mr. Nixon's opponent is a gentleman named McGovern, a man of such blinding sincerity that he makes a choir boy look like a confidence man. Mr. McGovern's primary difficulty is that he appears to believe that the American public wants decency and peace. This was his first and most fatal error. The American public does not want decency. It wants to be told that it is already decent, which is a very different thing. And as for peace, well, we are a nation that loves peace so much. We are willing to bomb every village in Southeast Asia into a state of permanent tranquility just to prove it. I watched the president go to China this year. It was a marvelous piece of theater. Here was a man who had spent his entire career hunting communists with the zeal of a terrier in a rat hole, suddenly clinking glasses of Mao Tai with Chairman Mao. They toasted one another, they smiled for the cameras, and they discussed the normalization of relations, which is diplomatic shorthand for I won't mention your massacres if you don't mention my wiretaps. It was a triumph. The American public was enchanted. There is nothing we love more than a reformed scoundrel or a man who can fly halfway around the world to eat bird's nest soup with a dictator and make it look like a victory for the PTA. It showed that Mr. Nixon was a statesman. A statesman, you see, is merely a politician who has been photographed in front of a foreign monument without falling over. But back at home, the monarch of the Potomac is presiding over a court that would have baffled the Medicis. He has surrounded himself with men who possess the charm of a wet whetstone, gentlemen like Haldeman and Ehrlichman, whose names sound less like advisors and more like a brand of industrial floor wax. These men move through the White House with a grim, purposeful efficiency, their hair cut with such mathematical precision that it could be used to calibrate a laboratory scale. They are obsessed with security. In 1972, security is the new religion. We must have security from the Russians, security from the radicals, and most importantly, security from the truth. To achieve this, the administration has developed a curious passion for the tape recorder. Now, I have always been a fan of modern inventions. I was one of the first to have a telephone, though I spent most of my time shouting into it and receiving nothing but static and insults from the operator. But this notion of recording every stray grunt and whisper in the Oval Office is a stroke of genius that only a man with a profound misunderstanding of human nature could conceive. Mr. Nixon apparently believes that history is a court reporter who can be bribed with a carefully edited transcript. He records his conversations not because he wants to preserve the wisdom of the ages, but because he cannot bear the thought of a single insult being directed at him without having a permanent record of who said it so he can ruin them later. It is a peculiar kind of vanity, the vanity of the paranoid. I am the president, he seems to say, and I shall ensure that my every expletive deleted is preserved for the edification of the unborn. And then, of course, there was the little unpleasantness at the Watergate complex in June. 5 men were caught breaking into the Democratic National Headquarters. They were equipped with surgical gloves, sophisticated bugging devices, and enough sequential $100 bills to buy a small Caribbean island. The White House immediately dismissed it as a third-rate burglary. This is a wonderful phrase. It implies that if the president had actually authorized a burglary, it would have been a first-rate burglary. It would have involved velvet ropes, a brass band, and perhaps a formal dinner for the victims. The crime, in the eyes of the administration, was not the breaking and entering, but the fact that the perpetrators were caught looking like a pack of bumbling amateurs. In America, we can forgive a villain, but we can never forgive a man who makes us laugh when he's trying to be sinister. Yet, despite the whispers, despite the strange men in trench coats, and despite the fact that the president appears to be sweating even when he is standing in a meat locker, the nation is marching toward the election with the grim determination of a lemming heading for a particularly scenic cliff. The polls suggest a landslide. Why? Because Mr. Nixon has mastered the greatest trick in the politician's handbook. He has convinced the average man that his own personal resentments are actually a form of patriotism. He has told the man in the polyester suit that the world is a dangerous, confusing place, and that only a man with a permanent scowl and a secret recording system can keep the monsters at bay. And the man in the polyester suit believes him. He believes him because he wants to believe that the monarch is looking out for him. He doesn't realize that to a monarch, the subjects are merely the people who pay for the palace and stay out of the way of the royal carriage. As I sit here watching the shadows lengthen over the Potomac, I cannot help but feel a certain admiration for the sheer, unadulterated gall of the man. He is a creature of the shadows who has convinced the world he is the sun. He is a man who wouldn't tell the truth if he could lie his way out of a burning building, yet he stands before the cameras and speaks of the sacred trust of the American people. It is a grand performance. It is the greatest show on earth, and the tickets are free, provided you are willing to pay with your soul and a bit of your tax money. In 1972, Richard Nixon is not just a president, he is a symptom. He is the physical manifestation of a nation that is tired of reality and would much rather settle for a very expensive, very well-recorded illusion. I shall go to bed now. I suspect that when I wake up, Mr. McGovern will have been reduced to a pile of ash. Mr. Nixon will be practicing his victory wave, and the tape recorders will still be whirring away in the dark, capturing the sound of a presidency slowly, methodically, and very politely, strangling itself to death. It is a pity, really. In my day, if you wanted to ruin a reputation, you had to do it with a scandalous book or a duel at dawn. Today, you just have to leave the microphone on. Progress is a terrible thing. Chapter 3: The Fragrant Brotherhood of the Unwashed. I have always held a sneaking suspicion that the human race is possessed of a periodic recurring urge to return to the state of the noble savage, a state which, as far as I can gather from history, mostly involved shivering in a damp cave and being eaten by something with larger teeth than one's own. In the year of our Lord 1972, this primitive impulse has manifested itself in a phenomenon known as the commune. It is a curious thing to behold. We have spent the better part of 6,000 years inventing the steam engine, the indoor water closet, and the sliced loaf of bread, only to have a generation of our youth decide that the pinnacle of human achievement is to huddle in a drafty barn in Vermont and attempt to grow rutabagas by the light of a single flickering candle and the collective power of good vibrations. I have visited these encampments of the enlightened. They call themselves the counterculture, a term which suggests they are standing in direct opposition to culture itself, which I suppose is true if one defines culture as the habit of combing one's hair and occasionally acknowledging the existence of the soap vat. The philosophy of the 1972 hippie is a simple one, though they wrap it in enough mystical jargon to baffle a Himalayan monk. It is based on the notion that society is a plastic trap, a rat race, designed to crush the spirit. To escape this trap, one must journey back to the land. Now, I have spent a fair amount of time on the land myself, mostly in the Nevada Territory and along the muddy banks of the Mississippi, and I can tell you that the land is a very fine thing until you actually have to do something with it. The land is remarkably stubborn. It does not yield its fruits to a guitar solo, nor does it respond particularly well to a poem about the inner light of the cosmos. The land requires a shovel, a strong back, and a level of perspiration that is fundamentally at odds with the pursuit of mellowing out. I arrived at one such commune. I believe it was called the Morning Star of Universal Harmony, or some such celestial nonsense, on a Tuesday afternoon. I was greeted by a young man who looked like a haystack that had recently survived a lightning strike. He was wearing a tunic made of what appeared to be recycled potato sacks and a pair of spectacles held together by faith and a bit of twine. "Welcome, brother," he said, holding out a hand that had not seen a wash basin since the Johnson administration. "We are living in a state of pure being. We have cast off the shackles of the material world." "I see that," I remarked, looking at a nearby Volkswagen bus which, despite their rejection of the material world, seemed to be quite necessary for trips into town to buy brown rice and rolling papers. "And how is the state of pure being treating your stomach? I notice the rutabagas look a bit discouraged." "The earth provides," he said, with a beatific smile that suggested he had either achieved nirvana or had been sampling the local flora a bit too enthusiastically. The centerpiece of this brotherhood is, of course, the rejection of the bath. In 1972, the youth have discovered that if you do not wash for several months, you develop a certain presence. It is a scent that is difficult to describe to the uninitiated. It is a mixture of damp wool, stale incense, wood smoke, and a deep underlying note of unwashed humanity that could stop a charging buffalo in its tracks. They call this natural. I call it a biological weapon. They have a particular fondness for an oil called patchouli. I am told it is a fragrance of great spiritual significance. To my nostrils, however, patchouli smells like a basement that has been flooded with herbal tea and then left to ferment for a decade. Its primary purpose, as far as I can discern, is to act as a sort of olfactory camouflage. It does not hide the fact that the wearer hasn't bathed, but it adds a layer of complexity to the aroma that makes the observer wonder if he is standing next to a person or a very old, very moldy spice rack. The social structure of the commune is a marvel of democratic dysfunction. They believe in collective decision-making, which is a fancy way of saying that nobody ever does the dishes. I sat in on one of their circles where they debated for 3 hours whether or not it was an act of fascist aggression to ask the resident goat herder to move his flock away from the communal well. "We must flow with the energy of the goat," argued a young woman with hair the color of a sunset and a necklace made of peach pits. To impose our will upon the goat is to perpetuate the patriarchal power structure of the military-industrial complex. The goat, for its part, seemed entirely indifferent to the military-industrial complex, and proceeded to eat the peach pit necklace off the young woman's neck. The meeting adjourned without a resolution, and the goat continued to use the well as its personal gymnasium. This is the peace and love that we have heard so much about. It is a peace that passes all understanding, mostly because it defies all logic. And then there is the diet. The 1972 seeker of truth has a profound distrust of any food that has been treated with what they call chemicals. They prefer organic fare. Now, in my day, all food was organic, primarily because we hadn't invented the laboratory yet. We called it dinner. But in the commune, food is a sacrament. They eat something called granola, which appears to be a collection of gravel, oats, and birdseed held together by the sheer force of habit. It is a substance designed to ensure that the human digestive tract is kept in a state of constant, vigorous alarm. They also consume vast quantities of brown rice. I have nothing against brown rice, but when it is served 3 times a day by a person who believes that salt is a tool of the oppressor, it loses its charm rather quickly. I was offered a bowl of communal stew, which I suspect contained every vegetable that had died of natural causes in the garden that week. It was a gray, mournful concoction that tasted like a wet Sunday in a boarding house. "It's full of prana," the girl informed me. "I'm sure it is," I said, "but does it have any beef? I find that my soul requires a certain amount of protein to keep it from drifting off into the ether." She looked at me with a pitying expression, as if I had just confessed to a fondness for kicking kittens. "Meat is murder," she whispered. "Perhaps," I said, "but this stew is a slow, lingering suicide. I think I'll take my chances with the murder." The great irony of the Fragrant Brotherhood is that for all their talk of revolution, they are the most conservative people I have ever met. They have merely traded the conventions of the bank manager for the conventions of the blacksmith. They are obsessed with authenticity, yet they are all dressed in a uniform that is as rigid as any tuxedo. If a young man were to wander into a commune wearing a crisp white shirt and a silk tie, he would be treated with the same horror that a Victorian dowager would show to a lady in trousers. They seek freedom, but they are slaves to the vibe. And the vibe is a fickle master. If the vibe is wrong, the entire community falls into a state of paralyzed melancholy. If the vibe is right, they spend the evening dancing in a circle to the sound of a tambourine and a man playing a wooden flute with more enthusiasm than skill. As I left the Morning Star of Universal Harmony, I noticed a pile of discarded magazines behind the barn. They were mostly copies of the Wall Street Journal and Vogue. I suspect they belonged to the parents of the revolutionaries, the same parents who were currently footing the bill for the rutabagas and the Volkswagen parts. It is a grand theatrical rebellion, fueled by the excesses of the very society it claims to despise. These young people are playing at being peasants, but they have a safety net made of suburban real estate and trust funds. They are the Fragrant Brotherhood today, but I would bet my last cigar that in 10 years' time they will be the ones selling life insurance and complaining about the capital gains tax. They will look back at 1972 as a golden age of innocence, conveniently forgetting the smell of the patchouli and the taste of the gravel granola. They will tell their children about the time they lived off the land, omitting the part where the land nearly killed them with boredom and dysentery. I headed back to the city, toward the nearest hotel with a functioning bathtub and a steak that had never heard of prana. As I drove away, the scent of the commune clung to my coat, a stubborn, earthy reminder that while man may seek the heavens, he is fundamentally a creature who needs a good scrubbing and a decent meal. The age of Aquarius may be dawning, but until they figure out a way to make universal love compatible with personal hygiene, I think I shall remain a child of the 19th century. It was a dirty time, to be sure, but at least we didn't pretend the mud was a spiritual experience. Chapter 4. The Electronic Opiate. It has been said by men of a scientific bent, men who spend their lives peering through microscopes to see things that were never intended to be seen, or looking through telescopes to find places they have no intention of visiting. That the human brain is the most complex piece of machinery in the known universe. This may be true. However, in the year of our Lord 1972, the American public has discovered a way to neutralize this complexity entirely. We have invented a device that can reduce a thinking, breathing citizen to a state of vegetable-like tranquility in under 30 seconds. I speak, of course, of the television set. In my youth, if a man wished to be entertained, he had to exert some effort. He had to read a book, which required the labor of turning pages and the mental discipline of imagining what the characters looked like. Or he had to go to a theater, which required putting on pants and interacting with other human beings. But today, entertainment has been turned into a sort of atmospheric pressure. It is piped into every home like gas or water, though with considerably less utility and a much higher concentration of sewage. The mahogany altar. The television of 1972 is not merely a machine, it is a piece of furniture. It is a massive, squat wood veneer sarcophagus that occupies the place of honor in the American living room, the spot once reserved for the hearth or the family Bible. It is as if we have decided that our domestic lives should be organized around a flickering glass eye that stares back at us with unblinking imbecility. I recently stayed with a gentleman who possessed a console model. It was a beast of such architectural proportions that I half expected it to have a chimney and a basement. It was finished in a substance the manufacturer called Mediterranean oak, though I suspect the only oak involved in its construction was the spirit of a tree that had been cruelly murdered and then reincarnated as a sheet of contact paper. To operate this machine is to engage in a ritual of high magic and low frustration. First, there is the warm-up period. You turn the knob, a heavy, clacking affair that feels like the gear shift of a steam shovel, and then you wait. For several minutes, the tube emits a low, ominous hum, as if it is summoning its strength from the very bowels of the earth. Gradually, a tiny point of light appears in the center of the screen and begins to expand like the birth of a particularly disappointing galaxy, until finally you are presented with a picture. The Rabbit Ear Tabernacle. But what a picture it is! In 1972, the image on a television screen is a tenuous thing. It is a ghost, a suggestion, a fleeting rumor of a broadcast. To coax a clear signal out of the ether, one must wrestle with the rabbit ears. These are two telescoping metal rods that sprout from the top of the set like the feelers of a giant metallic insect. I have seen grown men who have managed banks and commanded regiments, reduced to a state of whimpering despair by these rods. They must be tilted at precisely the right angle. They must be extended to a specific length, and in some cases, they must be adorned with a flag of crumpled aluminum foil, which gives the living room the appearance of a laboratory for a mad scientist who has run out of funding. I watched a friend of mine, a colonel of impeccable character, spend an entire evening attempting to watch a variety show. He stood on one leg, holding the left antenna with his right hand and a silver dessert spoon with his left, while leaning at a 45-degree angle toward the window. "Don't move, Silas," his wife whispered. "The picture is perfect." "I can't hold this forever, Martha," the colonel wheezed. "My hip is locking up." "Think of the country, Silas. Lawrence Welk is about to start." He stood there for 20 minutes, a human conductor for a signal from Omaha, looking for all the world like a man who had been struck by a very specific and very ridiculous curse. This is the progress we are told to celebrate. We have conquered the wilderness, but we are held hostage by a broadcast of a man in a tuxedo playing an accordion. The Three-Headed Monster. In 1972, the American mind is governed by a trinity, ABC, NBC, and CBS. These are the three networks that decide what the nation shall think, what it shall wear, and what kind of floor wax it shall worship. There is no escape from their influence. If you do not like what is on one channel, you may turn to the second, only to find the exact same thing. And if you turn to the third, you will find a commercial for a laxative. The programming is a marvel of calculated mediocrity. We have the variety show, a format based on the theory that if you put enough sequins on a singer and surround them with dancers who appear to be having a collective seizure, the audience will not notice that the jokes were stolen from a 19th century almanac. Then we have the game show, which is the ultimate apotheosis of the American dream. In these programs, we watch our fellow citizens scream with hysterical joy because they have correctly guessed the price of a jar of pickles. I saw a woman recently nearly collapse from a stroke because she won a year's supply of shake and bake. It is a sobering thought to realize that the pioneers who crossed the plains in covered wagons did so that their descendants could stand in a television studio and weep over a new washing machine. The tragedy of the soap opera. But the true genius of the electronic opiate is the soap opera. These are stories that have no beginning, no middle, and certainly no end. They are populated by people of immense physical beauty and remarkably small intellects, people who spend their entire lives in a state of high-altitude trauma. In a single half-hour episode, a character will discover that her husband is actually his own twin brother, that her daughter has been kidnapped by a cult of amnesiacs, and that her doctor is secretly a spy for a foreign power. They speak in hushed, dramatic whispers, pausing for long periods to stare intensely at nothing in particular, while a pipe organ in the background moans like a wounded beast. The purpose of the soap opera is to make the viewer feel that their own life, however drab, is a model of sanity. You may be sitting in a house that smells of damp dog and burnt toast, but at least you aren't being blackmailed by your gardener's evil double. The medicine man in the box. And finally, we must consider the commercial. In my day, the medicine man traveled in a brightly painted wagon and sold you a bottle of universal solvent that would cure anything from gout to a broken heart. And if it didn't work, he was at least 10 miles down the road by the time you found out. Today, the medicine man lives in the television. He is much more sophisticated. He doesn't just sell you a product, he sells you a neurosis. He informs you that your breath is an insult to your ancestors, that your laundry is a source of national shame, and that if you do not use a particular brand of deodorant, you will die alone in a cold, unloved room. I saw a commercial for an aspirin that claimed it was buffered for fast relief. The actor in the advertisement looked so distressed by his headache that I felt a sudden urge to reach into the screen and shoot him, simply to put him out of his misery. The sheer volume of these messages is staggering. By the time a child reaches the age of 10 in 1972, he has seen 20,000 advertisements for breakfast cereals that consist entirely of sugar, air, and chemical coloring. He has been taught that the highest purpose of life is to consume, and that if he is unhappy, it is only because he hasn't bought the right kind of plastic toy. The death of the porch. But the greatest crime of the television set is that it has killed the art of conversation. There was a time when, after supper, a family would sit on the porch and talk. They would discuss the weather, the neighbors, the state of the crops, and the latest gossip from the county seat. They would tell stories. They would argue. They would exist as a community. But the television has changed all that. Now, the family huddles in the TV room in a state of religious silence. The lights are dimmed. The only sound is the canned laughter of a sitcom and the crunch of TV dinners, a culinary abomination that consists of 3 varieties of gray mush served in an aluminum tray. If a child dares to speak, he is shushed as if he had interrupted a cathedral service. We no longer talk to one another. We only listen to the box. We are becoming a nation of spectators, people who watch life happen on a screen rather than living it ourselves. We watch actors pretend to be brave so we don't have to be. We watch comedians pretend to be funny so we don't have to try. And we watch newsmen tell us the world is ending so we can feel a pleasant shiver of dread before we go to sleep. I sat in a room full of people the other night, all of them staring at a broadcast of a football game. For 3 hours, they did not say a word to each other. When the game ended, they all stood up, sighed, and went home. They hadn't shared a thought or a feeling. They had merely shared a flickering light. It is a grand invention, this television. It is the perfect tool for a government that wants a quiet population and for a merchant who wants a greedy one. It is the electronic opiate of the masses, and in 1972, the dosage is being increased every day. As for me, I shall retreat to my study with a cigar and a book. A book is a much more reliable companion. It doesn't require an antenna. It doesn't try to sell me floor wax. And if I don't like what it's saying, I can shut it firmly, which is a luxury one rarely enjoys with a television set in full cry. The world may be going to the dogs via the cathode ray tube, but I intend to go there in my own time and at my own pace, without the assistance of a vertical hold knob. Chapter 5. The Great Watergate Burglary. I have always maintained that if a man intends to be a villain, he should at least have the decency to be a proficient one. There is a certain respect we accord to the highwayman who stops a stagecoach with a flourish and a well-timed command. There is even a grudging admiration for the bank robber who tunnels through 6 feet of granite with nothing but a spoon and a dream. But for the bungling amateur, the man who trips over his own shadow while attempting to pick a pocket, Providence has reserved a special kind of contempt, and the American public has reserved a special kind of laughter. In the midsummer of 1972, we were treated to the spectacle of a secret mission, so profound in its idiocy that it made the average village idiot look like a grand master of the chessboard. I refer, of course, to the midnight stroll through the Watergate complex, a caper that will live in the annals of history not as a masterstroke of political espionage, but as the moment the American Republic decided to commit harakiri with a butter knife. The architecture of suspicion. The Watergate itself is a peculiar heap of concrete and glass sitting on the banks of the Potomac. It is shaped like a collection of giant petrified teeth, and it houses the kind of people who believe that privacy is something you buy with a high monthly maintenance fee. It was here, in the dead of night on June 17th, that 5 gentlemen of the Secret Service variety, though their service was not authorized by any branch of government that would care to admit it, decided to pay an uninvited visit to the Democratic National Committee. Now, one must ask, why? What is it about the Democratic National Committee that would tempt a man to risk his liberty? Having spent some time observing the machinery of the Democratic Party, I can tell you that their secrets usually consist of a list of people who haven't paid their dues and a collection of recipes for lukewarm chicken salad. To break into such an office in search of intelligence is like breaking into a tomb in search of a lively conversation. You are bound to be disappointed by the lack of material. The 5 o'clock Shadow Society. The burglars themselves were a marvel of misapplied talent. They were led by a collection of plumbers, a title that suggests they were there to fix a leak, when in fact they were there to create a deluge. The chief architect of this farce was a gentleman named G. Gordon Liddy. Mr. Liddy is a man of such intense, vibrating willpower that he is known to hold his hand over a candle flame just to prove he can endure the pain. This is a very impressive trick at a dinner party, I suppose, but it is a remarkably poor qualification for a career in espionage. A man who enjoys the sensation of his own flesh sizzling is not a man I would trust to remember where he left the car keys, let alone manage a clandestine operation. Then there was Mr. Howard Hunt, a former agent of the CIA and a writer of spy novels. This is the root of the problem, I suspect. Mr. Hunt appears to have spent so much time inhabiting the world of fiction that he forgot that in the real world, the bad guys do not always have a convenient script to follow, and the walls do not always have hidden passages. He approached the burglary with the romantic flair of a man who expects to find a beautiful double agent waiting for him with a martini, only to find a night watchman with a flashlight and a very suspicious disposition. The comedy of the duct tape. The actual execution of the crime was where the genius of the operation truly shone. To keep the doors from locking behind them, these super spies applied strips of adhesive tape over the latches. This is a common enough trick for a schoolboy sneaking into a pantry, but our heroes made a slight tactical error. They applied the tape horizontally, so that it was plainly visible from the outside of the door. A young security guard named Frank Wills, a man whose primary ambition in life was likely to finish his shift and find a decent sandwich, noticed the tape. He did not call the National Guard. He did not summon the FBI. He simply peeled the tape off, assumed it was a janitor's mistake, and went about his business. Now, at this point, any burglar with the survival instincts of a common housefly would have realized that the secret part of the mission had been compromised. They would have retreated to the nearest tavern and reconsidered their life choices, but not the Watergate 5. No, they returned to the door, discovered the tape was gone, and put more tape on. This is the peak of human achievement. It is a level of stubbornness that borders on the miraculous. If you take a bone away from a dog, the dog will look for the bone. If you take the tape away from a plumber, he will simply provide more tape, apparently believing that the universe has a temporary shortage of adhesive and he is there to rectify it. The arrest and the surgical gloves. When the police finally arrived, summoned by Mr. Wills, who was beginning to feel that he was being teased by a very persistent piece of stationery, they found the 5 burglars hiding under desks and behind filing cabinets. They were dressed in business suits. This is a touch I particularly appreciate. If you are going to rob an office in the middle of the night, why not do it with the sartorial elegance of a bank president? They also carried thousands of dollars in sequential $100 bills, sophisticated bugging devices, and enough surgical gloves to perform a mass appendectomy on the entire city of Washington. The image of 5 middle-aged men in suits, wearing rubber gloves and clutching walkie-talkies while crouching in the dark of a Democratic office is perhaps the most perfect metaphor for the Nixon administration ever captured. It is the intersection of grandiosity and idiocy, the imperial presidency meeting the slapstick comedy, the third-rate defense. The reaction from the White House was, as expected, a masterpiece of linguistic gymnastics. Mr. Ronald Ziegler, the president's press secretary, a man whose job it is to translate "we are in deep trouble" into "the sun is shining brightly," dismissed the event as a third-rate burglary. I find this fascinating. It suggests that the administration has a grading system for crimes. A first-rate burglary would presumably involve a laser grid, a paratrooper drop, and perhaps a formal invitation from the victims. By calling it third-rate, the White House wasn't apologizing for the crime. They were criticizing the workmanship. They were offended that the public might think they would associate with criminals who are so bad at being criminal. "We do not authorize bumbling," seemed to be the message. If we were going to subvert the Constitution, we would do it with a much higher class of adhesive tape. The purity of the lie. But as the weeks of 1972 rolled on, the third-rate story began to fray at the edges, much like the tape on the Watergate doors. We began to hear of hush money, a marvelous term that suggests the money itself is being paid to keep quiet rather than the person receiving it. We heard of the Committee to Re-elect the President, an organization with the unfortunate acronym of CREEP. In my experience, if you name an organization CREEP, you shouldn't be surprised when they start acting like one. The Great Watergate burglary was the beginning of the end of the American innocence, or what was left of it after the 1960s had finished with it. It proved that in the modern age, the greatest threat to a democracy is not a foreign invader or a domestic uprising, but a collection of men in suits who have lost the ability to distinguish between national security and my boss's re-election campaign. It is a tragedy, I suppose, but for the observer of human nature, it is a comedy of the highest order. It shows that even with all the power of the federal government, all the money in the campaign coffers, and all the intelligence of the CIA, man is still the same old numbskull who can be defeated by a security guard and a strip of tape. As I write this, the president is preparing for his landslide victory. He will win, of course. The American people love a winner, even if he looks like he's hiding something under his coat. But the tape is still there, metaphorically speaking. It's sticking to everything, to the desks, to the files, and eventually to the president himself. And no amount of third-rate dismissals will ever be able to peel it off. I shall keep my eyes on the newspapers. I suspect that the plumbers are going to find that they have a leak that no amount of G. Gordon Liddy's willpower can stop. And when the dam finally breaks, the Potomac will be full of suits, surgical gloves, and the discarded remains of a presidency that thought it was too grand to be caught by night watchmen. Truly, there is no entertainment quite like a government trying to be clever. It is the only theater where the actors pay for the privilege of being humiliated, and the audience gets to pay for the tickets with their taxes. Chapter 6. The Munich Tragedy and the Sporting Myth. It is one of the most enduring delusions of the human race, ranking right up there with the belief that a politician's promise has a shelf life longer than a mayfly, or that a free lunch doesn't eventually manifest as a tax on your dignity, that if you gather the youth of the world together and set them to leaping over poles and splashing in basins of chlorinated water, the result will be universal peace. We call this the Olympic ideal. In 1972, this ideal was polished to a high shine in the city of Munich. The Germans, in an effort to scrub the world's memory of a certain 1936 gathering involving a surplus of goose-stepping and a lack of hospitality, decided to brand these the Happy Games. It is always a dangerous thing to command a nation to be happy by decree. It generally results in the kind of strained, terrifying cheerfulness you find in a dentist's waiting room or at the wedding of a cousin you never particularly liked. The aquatic marvel with the hairy lip. Before the darkness fell upon Munich, we were treated to the spectacle of Mark Spitz. Now, in the grand history of the American fish, Mr. Spitz occupies a place of honor somewhere between a great white shark and a very fast-moving trout. He was a young man of 22 who possessed a torso that appeared to be carved from a single block of marble and a pair of lungs that I suspect were secretly connected to an auxiliary oxygen tank. His goal was to win 7 gold medals. This is an ambition that would strike most men as greedy, but in the American psyche of 1972, too much is barely enough. He entered the pool and proceeded to churn the water with such industrial efficiency that he made the other swimmers look like they were struggling through a vat of cold molasses. But what truly captivated the world, what set the pulse of the nation racing, was his mustache. In 1972, as we have discussed, hair is the primary currency of the realm, but a swimmer's mustache is a direct challenge to the laws of hydrodynamics. The coaches told him it would slow him down. They said it would act as a sort of nautical brake. Mr. Spitz, with the quiet confidence of a man who knows he is faster than God intended, replied that the mustache actually acted as a deflector, pushing the water away from his mouth so he could breathe more efficiently. It was a magnificent lie. It was a lie of TwAIn-esque proportions. He won 7 gold medals, and in doing so he convinced an entire generation of American boys that if they could just grow a bit of fuzz on their upper lip, they too could conquer the 7 seas. By the end of the week, he had more gold around his neck than a Spanish galleon, and the Happy Games seemed to be sailing toward a triumphant finish on a sea of American adrenaline. The shattering of the glass. But the sporting myth is a fragile thing. It is a thin sheet of ice over a very deep and very dark pond. On the morning of September 5th, the ice broke. A group of men known as Black September, gentlemen whose idea of international relations involved the use of submachine guns and masks, climbed over the fence of the Olympic Village. Now, remember what I said about security in 1972. At the Watergate, security was defeated by a piece of tape. In Munich, the security for the greatest gathering of nations on earth was defeated by the fact that the guards were dressed in pastel tracksuits and were forbidden from carrying weapons because weapons are not happy. The world watched, paralyzed, as the tragedy of the Israeli athletes unfolded on the electronic opiate we discussed in Chapter 4. We watched as the newsmen, usually so full of practiced gravity, fumbled for words. We watched as the Olympic Committee, in a display of bureaucratic paralysis that was almost impressive in its stubbornness, debated whether the Games should continue. The Olympics are the world's playground, but in 1972 we discovered that the playground has no walls, and the bullies have stopped caring about the rules of the game. When the smoke finally cleared at the Furstenfeldbruck Air Base, 11 athletes were dead, and the Happy Games were revealed to be a ghastly masquerade. Mr. Avery Brundage, the president of the Olympic Committee, a man who appeared to have been constructed entirely out of petrified wood and old rule books, stood before the world and declared, "The Games must go on." It was a statement of breathtaking coldness. It suggested that as long as the television schedules were maintained and the ticket receipts were collected, a minor thing like a massacre shouldn't be allowed to ruin the festivities. It was the ultimate triumph of the sporting myth. The show must go on because if we stop the show, we might have to look at the reality of the world we have created. A world where the Olympic truce is a fairy tale we tell ourselves to feel better about the news. The 3 seconds of infamy. As if the gods of irony hadn't been satisfied by the tragedy, they decided to provide a comedy to close the proceedings. I refer to the basketball gold medal game between the United States and the Soviet Union. Now you must understand that in 1972, an American losing at basketball was considered a physical impossibility, like water flowing uphill or a politician admitting he was wrong. We had won 63 consecutive games. We owned the game. It was our invention, our pride, and our primary export next to polyester and Coca-Cola. The game was a brutal, ugly affair, played with the kind of charm usually associated with a dockside brawl in New Orleans. With 3 seconds left, the Americans took the lead. The game ended. The Americans celebrated. The fans stormed the court. The sporting myth was secure. But wait, a gentleman named William Jones, a British official who possessed no actual authority to intervene in the game but did possess a great deal of self-importance, decided that the clock should be reset. He held up 3 fingers. 3 seconds. The Soviets tried again. They failed. The game ended. The Americans celebrated again. But wait. The officials decided that the clock hadn't been reset properly. They ordered the Americans back onto the floor for a 3rd time. It was like a nightmare where you keep finishing your chores only to have your mother tell you that you missed a spot under the rug. On the 3rd attempt, the Soviets threw a pass the length of the court. A Russian giant caught it, and he dropped the ball into the hoop as the buzzer sounded. The Soviets won. The Americans refused to accept their silver medals, leaving them in a vault in Switzerland where they likely remain to this day, gathering dust and the quiet, simmering resentment of an entire nation. The accounting of the soul. What did we learn from Munich? What was the final tally of the Happy Games? We learned that you can dress a man in a tracksuit, but you cannot take the tiger out of his heart. We learned that amateurism is a fiction maintained by people who already have plenty of money. And we learned that the world is not a stadium. It is a complicated, messy, and often violent place that doesn't stop for a 100-meter dash. The medal counts were published. The Soviet Union took home the most gold, followed by the Americans. We argued over who won the Olympics as if it were a ledger of national superiority. But the true winner of 1972 was cynicism. The sporting myth died in Munich, even if we refuse to bury it. We still have the games, of course. We still cheer for the swimmers and the gymnasts. But we do so now with a wary eye on the fences. We know that the happy games were a dream from which we were rudely awakened by the sound of gunfire and the sight of a man in a ski mask standing on a balcony. As I look back at that year, I see Mark Spitz's 7 gold medals, and I see the empty seats in the Israeli dormitory. I see the 3 seconds that lasted forever, and the president of the Olympic Committee telling us to keep playing while the blood was still wet on the tarmac. It is a peculiar thing, the human heart. It can hold both the thrill of a world record and the weight of a world tragedy at the same time, and never quite figure out how to reconcile the two. In 1972, we tried to play through the pain, but all we managed to do was prove that while we are very good at running, jumping, and throwing things, we are remarkably poor at understanding why we are doing it in the first place. I shall light another cigar. The world of sports is too much for me. I prefer a game where the stakes are lower, like poker, where the only thing you can lose is your shirt, and at least you know the man across from you is trying to rob you from the start. There is an honesty in a card sharp that you will never find in an Olympic official. And in 1972, honesty is the rarest commodity of all. Chapter 7. The Cult of the VR-8 Engine. I have long since come to the conclusion that man is a creature who possesses a deep, instinctive horror of his own legs. From the moment he first discovered that a donkey could be persuaded to carry his weight in exchange for a handful of carrots and a moderate amount of profanity, he has devoted the better part of his intellect to the task of never having to walk anywhere again. In the year of our Lord 1972, this noble quest has reached its absolute zenith, or perhaps its most magnificent absurdity, in the form of the American automobile. To call a 1972 motor car a vehicle is like calling the Great Pyramid of Giza a convenient pile of rocks. It is a theological statement. It is a 3-ton cathedral of chrome, steel, and vinyl designed to transport a single 160-pound human being from his house to the grocery store with all the pomp and circumstance of a royal coronation. The architecture of the land yacht. I recently had the privilege of standing before a 1972 Cadillac Eldorado. I say standing before it, because one does not simply approach such a machine, one surveys it as a general surveys a battlefield. The hood alone was of such vast, windswept proportions that I am convinced it possessed its own climate zones. I observed a small bird land on the hood ornament, a silver crest of such intricate vanity it would have shamed a Habsburg, and the bird seemed to grow exhausted just contemplating the flight across the expanse of sheet metal to the windshield. In my day, a man of wealth showed his status by the quality of his horses. If he were a man of true substance, he had a team of 4, well-groomed and spirited. But in 1972, a man shows his substance by the length of his overhang. This is the portion of the car that continues for several yards after the wheels have decided to stop. A proper American car of this vintage is designed so that the front bumper arrives at the destination approximately 5 minutes before the driver, allowing the environment to be properly intimidated before the man himself makes an appearance. The aesthetic of the 72 car is governed by a singular obsessive principle: chrome. There is chrome on the bumpers, chrome on the mirrors, chrome around the windows, and chrome on things that have no business being shiny. If a 1972 Lincoln Continental were to be left out in the sun, the resulting reflection could be used to signal the inhabitants of Mars, or, at the very least, to permanently blind any pedestrian unfortunate enough to be looking in its general direction. It is a glittery mechanical arrogance that says, I have so much money that I can afford to plate my transportation in the jewelry of a giant. The heart of the beast, the V8. But the true soul of this metal monster lies beneath that vast, shimmering hood. It is the V8 engine. Now, I am a man who appreciates power. I have seen the great steam engines of the Mississippi, machines that breathed fire and coughed thunder, pushing 1,000 tons of cotton against the current. But the V8 of 1972 is a different kind of power. It is a power born of a profound and beautiful contempt for the Earth's natural resources. The American V8 does not merely run, it thrums with a low, predatory growl like a tiger that has just been told it is being overcharged for its rent. When you step on it, a phrase the youth used to describe the act of opening the floodgates of hell, the car does not so much accelerate as it tilts the horizon. The front end rises toward the heavens, the rear end hunkers down like a dog about to spring, and the entire landscape begins to blur in a way that suggests the creator is having trouble keeping up with the frame rate. But the price of this exhilaration is a mechanical thirst that is nothing short of heroic. A 1972 V8 engine does not consume gasoline. It inhales it. It drinks petroleum with the desperate, wild-eyed intensity of a man who has been lost in the Sahara for a week and has finally found a vat of gin. I am told that these machines achieve something called 8 miles to the gallon. This means that if you drive from New York to Philadelphia, you have effectively drained a small oil well in Texas and contributed a cloud of blue smoke to the atmosphere that can be seen from the moon. I watched a gentleman fill his tank at a service station, another marvelous institution of the age. As the pump whirred, the man stood there with a look of serene detachment, as if he weren't watching his life savings disappear into a rubber hose. "She's a thirsty girl," he said to me, patting the fender of his Buick as if it were a prize-winning heifer. "Sir," I replied, "she is not thirsty. She is a raging alcoholic. If you were to drop a match near that exhaust pipe, I suspect the resulting explosion would reorganize the local geography." He laughed. In 1972, we laugh at the destruction of the world because the air conditioning is so very cold and the seats are so very soft. The interior, a study in velvet and varnish. And oh, the seats! To sit inside a 1972 luxury edition is to experience a level of comfort that borders on the immoral. The seats are not designed for the human anatomy. They are designed for a race of beings who consist entirely of soft pillows and a lack of skeletal structure. They are covered in a substance called crushed velour. a fabric that feels like rubbing a very expensive, very depressed cat. The dashboard is a forest of plastic wood. It is a masterpiece of deception. It looks like walnut. It feels like a lunchbox. It is adorned with various knobs and levers that control the power features. In 1972, if you have to exert physical effort to do anything inside a car, you have failed as a citizen. There is power steering, which allows you to turn the 3-ton beast with the flick of a pinky finger, thereby ensuring that you have absolutely no idea what the wheels are actually doing. There are power windows that slide up and down with a sinister hiss. And there are power brakes that, if tapped too firmly, will send the driver's head through the windshield with the force of a catapult. The most important feature, however, is the air conditioning. This is the device that allows the American to maintain a constant temperature of 68 degrees while the world outside is melting into a puddle of asphalt. To enter a car in 1972 is to leave the planet Earth and enter a private refrigerated bubble where the only sound is the hum of the fan and the soothing baritone voice of a radio announcer telling you that everything's going to be just fine, provided you buy a certain brand of shaving cream. The safety paradox. We must also touch upon the safety features of the 1972 model. This is the year of the 5-mile-per-hour bumper. The government, in its infinite wisdom, decreed that a car must be able to strike a solid object at 5 miles per hour without sustaining damage. The result is a pair of massive, protruding steel beams that look like the tusks of a mechanical elephant. They add another 300 pounds to the car and ensure that if you hit a smaller vehicle, you do not so much accident it as you extinguish it. The interior safety is equally impressive. There are seat belts, of course, but nobody wears them. They are tucked deep into the crevices of the velour, where they remain as a sort of archaeological curiosity. The dashboard is padded, which is supposed to protect your skull during a collision, though I suspect that hitting a piece of foam-covered plastic at 60 miles per hour is remarkably similar to hitting a piece of unpadded plastic, with the added insult of a lingering smell of chemical vinyl. But the American driver does not care. He feels safe because he is surrounded by so much stuff. He is encased in a rolling fortress. He looks out over that acre of hood, grips the steering wheel, which is as thin as a toothpick and as large as a hula hoop, and he feels like the king of the road. The end of the dream. As I write this, there are whispers of emission controls and fuel shortages. There are people, strange, joyless people, who suggest that perhaps we shouldn't be driving 3-ton cathedrals that get 8 miles to the gallon. They speak of compact cars and Japanese imports. I have seen these compact cars. They look like roller skates that have been poorly treated by their owners. To sit in one is to be reminded that you are a mortal man with knees and elbows. They do not have the V8 growl. They have the sound of a sewing machine that is having a difficult afternoon. The American public looks at these tiny intruders with a mixture of pity and suspicion. How can a man be a man if he cannot hear the roar of 150 horses under his right foot? How can a woman be a lady if she cannot fit 6 of her friends and a week's worth of groceries in the trunk without using a shoehorn? But the sun is setting on the era of the V8. The 1972 models are the last of the giants, the final flourishes of a civilization that believed that space and time were merely suggestions, and that the supply of oil was as infinite as the grace of God. We are living in the apotheosis of the automobile, and like all apotheoses, it is followed by a very long and very uncomfortable walk back to reality. For now, however, the highway is open. The gas is 36 cents a gallon. The chrome is shining. The velour is soft, and the V8 is singing its deep, thundering song of excess. I think I shall take a ride. I don't have anywhere to go. But that is the beauty of 1972. You don't need a destination when you have a 3-ton cathedral to carry you there. I shall simply drive until I run out of road or until the gas gauge hits empty, which, given the efficiency of this beast, should be in about 20 minutes. It is a glorious, stupid way to live, and I wouldn't have it any other way. At least until 1973 arrives and we all have to start learning how to ride bicycles again. Chapter 8. The Rise of the Digital Abacus. There is an ancient and incurable vanity in the breast of man which leads him to believe that if he can only count a thing fast enough, he has somehow mastered it. We began with our fingers, a system that served us well until we discovered the existence of numbers higher than 10, at which point we were forced to involve our toes or, if we were feeling particularly ambitious, our neighbors. From there, we progressed to the abacus, then to the slide rule, a device that looks like a ruler having a nervous breakdown. And finally, in this year of 1972, we have arrived at the electronic computer. I have recently been invited to gaze upon one of these modern miracles. It was housed in a room that was cleaner than a cathedral and colder than a banker's heart. I was informed by a young man in a white lab coat who possessed the pale, translucent complexion of a cave-dwelling fish that this machine was capable of performing 500,000 additions in a single second. "My dear fellow," I said, "why is the world in such a hurry to add? I have spent the better part of my life trying to subtract my debts and multiply my dividends, and I have found that the pace of a slow turtle is quite sufficient for the task. What on earth are you doing with all those extra seconds?" He looked at me with the pitying gaze one reserves for a grandfather who has just asked where the Internet is kept. "Mr. TwAIn," he said, "this machine is not just adding, it is thinking." The priesthood of the punched card. I have seen men think. I have seen a philosopher think until his brow was as furrowed as a plowed field. I have seen a poker player think until the sweat stood out on his lip like dew on a cabbage. But this machine does not think. It merely rearranges a vast collection of punched cards. The punched card is the primary currency of the 1972 digital realm. It is a stiff piece of paper covered in tiny rectangular holes, and it is the only way a human can communicate with the machine. If you wish to tell the computer that your name is Samuel, you must punch a series of holes in a card. If you wish to tell it that you would like to know the square root of 749, you must punch more holes. The result is a culture of high-stakes stationery. I saw a technician carrying a stack of these cards that was 3 feet high. He treated them with a reverence that would have been appropriate for the original tablets of the 10 Commandments. "Do not fold, spindle, or mutilate," he whispered, as if reciting a litany. "And what happens if I do?" I asked, reaching out a hand. He turned whiter than his coat. "If you so much as put a crease in card number 4208, the machine will believe that the national debt is 3 cents and that the moon is made of blue cheese." It will then proceed to print 10,000 pages of gibberish and catch fire. This, we are told, is efficiency. In my day, if I made a mistake in a ledger, I simply scratched it out with a pen and moved on. Today, if a man drops a tray of cards on his way to the reader, he has effectively erased his own existence and must spend the next 3 weeks playing a very high-stakes game of 52 pickup just to find out who he is again. The mainframe, a cold and lonely god. The computer itself, the mainframe, is a collection of metal cabinets that hum with a low vibrating intensity. It requires its own private atmosphere because the machine is composed of thousands of transistors and vacuum tubes that generate enough heat to roast a pig. The room must be kept at a temperature that would be comfortable for a polar bear with a fever. I stood there, shivering in my linen suit, while the machine blinked at me with 1,000 tiny colored lights. It was like being inside the brain of a very large, very expensive, and very bored lightning bug. "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It is processing the payroll for a mid-sized insurance company in Ohio," the fish man replied. "And how did we do this before?" "Well," he said, "we had 20 clerks with green eye shades who sat in a room and worked for a week. And now we have this machine, which costs $4 million, requires a staff of 30 technicians, consumes enough electricity to light the city of St. Louis, and occasionally decides that everyone in the company is named Error 404 and deserves a paycheck of $0. "I see," I remarked. "So we have replaced the human error with a mechanical catastrophe. Truly, the march of progress is a majestic thing to behold." The HP 35, the pocket-sized usurper. But if the mainframe is the king of 1972, the pocket calculator is the upstart prince. For generations, the engineer and the mathematician have been identified by the slide rule hanging from their belts. It was a badge of office, a sign that the wearer was a person of gravity and calculation. But this year, Hewlett-Packard has released the HP 35. It is a device that fits in the palm of your hand and possesses more computing power than the machines that sent Mr. Armstrong to the moon. I saw one of these calculators in the hands of a young student. He was pressing buttons with a look of rapture. He showed me how it could calculate a sine and a cosine, terms which I have always associated with a mild form of dental surgery. "Look," he cried, "I just figured out the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle in 3 seconds." "Splendid," I said. "And what do you intend to do with the hypotenuse now that you have it?" He looked confused. "Well, I have it." "Exactly," I said. "You have acquired a piece of information with the speed of a bullet, and you have absolutely no idea what to do with the time you've saved. You'll probably spend it watching a variety show on the television or trying to get the static electricity out of your polyester trousers." The most remarkable thing about the HP 35 is its price. It costs $395. In 1972, this is enough money to buy a used car, a modest herd of goats, or a very respectable funeral. To pay such a sum for a device that merely tells you what 4 times 4 is, when any schoolboy can tell you the same thing for a nickel and a pat on the head, is a testament to the American fascination with gadgetry. The digital delusion. The promise of the computer is that it will free the human mind, It will take over the drudgery of calculation, the boredom of filing, and the tedium of record-keeping, leaving us free to pursue art, philosophy, and the higher virtues. I have heard this promise before. The steam engine was supposed to give us leisure. The telephone was supposed to give us connection. The automobile was supposed to give us freedom. And yet, I observed that in 1972, people are busier, more disconnected, and more trapped in traffic than ever before. The computer does not free the mind. It merely gives the mind more things to worry about. We now worry about data loss. We worry about processing time. We worry about whether the output is valid. We have created a machine that can produce mistakes at the speed of light, and we spend all our newly found leisure time trying to fix them. I spoke to a man who works in data entry. His job is to sit in front of a keyboard for 8 hours a day and translate human thoughts into little holes on a card. "Is it rewarding work?" I asked. "It's steady," he said with a hollow look in his eyes. "The machine never gets tired. It never complains. It just waits for me to feed it." "My friend," I said, "you are not the master of that machine. You are its waiter. You are bringing it its dinner, one card at a time, and when you are finished, it will spit out a piece of paper that tells you that you are 20 minutes late for your own life." The future of the abacus. The scientists tell us that one day these machines will be everywhere. They say they will be in our cars, in our kitchens, and perhaps even in our pockets. They imagine a world where every human being is connected to a central processor, and where all the knowledge of the world is available at the touch of a button. It is a terrifying vision, a world where a man doesn't have to remember anything because a machine remembers it for him. A world where a man doesn't have to think because an algorithm has already decided what he should buy, who he should vote for, and what he should have for dinner. In 1972, we are standing on the threshold of this digital age. We are marveling at the blinking lights and the 3-foot stacks of cards. We think we are building a tool, but I suspect we are building a cage, and the most delicious irony of all is that we are paying $400 apiece for the privilege of locking ourselves inside. I shall stick to my fountain pen. It is a slow way to communicate, to be sure, but it has one great advantage over the computer. It never tells me that my name is an invalid input, and it never requires a climate-controlled room to function. It only requires a bit of ink and a human being with something to say. Two things that, even in the year 1972, are still remarkably easy to find if you know where to look. To err is human, but to truly foul things up beyond all recognition, you require a computer and a technician who hasn't had his coffee yet. Chapter 9. The Godfather and the Romanticizing of Thuggery. I have often remarked that the American public is never so happy as when it is being comfortably swindled, provided the swindler has the grace to wear a silk waistcoat and speak in the measured tones of a philosopher. We have a profound and ancient yearning to discover nobility in the most ignoble of places. In the 19th century, we made folk heroes out of train robbers who were, in reality, merely damp, desperate men with poor dental hygiene and a reckless disregard for the 8th commandment. But in this year of our Lord 1972, we have achieved a new level of moral acrobatics. We have collectively decided that the cold-blooded murderer is not a menace to society, but a tragic figure of Shakespearean proportions, provided he has a deep love for his mother and a recipe for a truly excellent tomato sauce. I speak, of course, of the great cinematic revelation, The Godfather, the cathedral of the cinema. I recently joined the thundering herds of the silent majority as they shuffled into a darkened theater to pay $3 for the privilege of watching 3 hours of organized carnage. There was a hush in the room that I usually associate with a funeral or the moment a riverboat captain realizes he's about to hit a snag. This was not mere entertainment. It was a religious experience. The film introduces us to the Corleone family. Now, in my day, a family business involved a father and his sons running a dry goods store or perhaps a small honest printing press that only occasionally dabbled in libel. But the Corleone family business is import-export, a term which, in 1972, is a polite euphemism for we import the bullets and export the bodies. The patriarch, played by a gentleman named Marlon Brando, is a man of such immense gravity that he appears to be pinned to his chair by the sheer weight of his own secrets. Mr. Brando has adopted a peculiar method of speech for this role. He does not so much speak his lines as he allows them to leak out of the corner of his mouth in a low, gravelly mumble that suggests he is either suffering from a severe case of tonsillitis or is attempting to hide a small, live bird in his jaw. "I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse," he whispers. The audience shivered with delight. It is a marvelous phrase. It is the ultimate triumph of the American euphemism. It doesn't say, "I am going to hold a pistol to his ear until he signs the contract or paints the wall with his brains." No, it speaks of offers. It suggests a world of polite negotiation, of gentlemen in tuxedos discussing the finer points of contract law, while the underlying reality, the threat of sudden and violent extinction, is kept tucked away like a soiled handkerchief. The apotheosis of the assassin. The true genius of the film, and the reason for its intoxicating effect on the public, is that it presents the criminal as a man of honor. Honor is a word that has been much abused in human history. I have seen men fight duels over a perceived slight to their honor, only to realize, as they were bleeding into the dirt, that honor is a remarkably poor substitute for a functioning lung. But in The Godfather, honor is the currency of the realm. It is based on the notion that as long as you are loyal to your family, you can commit any atrocity, break any law, and violate every precept of the Decalogue, and still be considered a man of character. We watch Michael Corleone, a young man who starts the film as a decorated war hero with a collegiate air, slowly transform into a calculating monster. In any other context, we would call him a villain. We would demand his arrest. We would point to the trail of widows and orphans he leaves in his wake. But because the lighting is so beautiful, a sort of golden sepia-toned gloom that makes even a garroting look like a Rembrandt, and because he does it all to protect his legacy, the audience cheers. I saw a lady in the seat next to me dabbing her eyes with a lace handkerchief when Michael finally assumes his father's mantle. "Oh, the poor boy," she sniffled. "He had no choice. He had to do it for the family." "Madam," I felt like saying, "the poor boy just arranged for 5 men to be executed while he was standing in a church pretending to renounce the devil. If that is his idea of family loyalty, I should hate to see what he does when he's actually annoyed with someone. The Suburban Don. The impact of this film on the American psyche has been nothing short of a plague. In 1972, every insurance salesman in Peoria and every middle manager in Des Moines has suddenly begun to imagine himself as a Don. I went to a dinner party recently where the host, a man whose most dangerous act in life had been a questionable tax deduction in 1968, spent the entire evening leaning back in his chair, stroking a hypothetical cat, and speaking in a rasping whisper. "Silas," I said to him, "have you a sore throat? I can recommend a very fine gargle involving honey and a dash of bourbon." "It's about respect, Sam," he muttered, narrowing his eyes as if he were contemplating a hit on the local school board. "You come into my house, you eat my casserole, and you don't even call me godfather." "I shall call you an ambulance if you don't stop that," I replied. "You are not a man of destiny. You are a man who sells linoleum. There is a difference." But he didn't listen. Nobody listens. We are a nation in love with the romanticized thug. We are tired of the messy, unglamorous reality of the 1970s, the inflation, the Watergate tapes, the polyester suits, and we long for a world where justice is dispensed with a shotgun and where a man's word is his bond, even if that bond is signed in blood. The business of murder. The most snarky observation one can make about The Godfather is that it treats the mafia as a more efficient and more moral version of the United States government. The Corleones are organized, they are disciplined, they provide protection for a fee. They have a clear chain of command. In a year when the president is being caught in a web of bumbling burglaries and the economy is fluctuating like a fever chart, the mafia looks like a model of corporate stability. It's not personal, Sonny. It's strictly business. This is the mantra of the age. It is the excuse for every corporate raid, every environmental disaster, and every political betrayal of 1972. If you can call a thing business, you have successfully removed it from the realm of morality. If a man kills another man in a fit of passion, we call him a murderer. If he kills him because it will improve the quarterly dividends of a crime syndicate, we call him a professional. The film has succeeded in convincing us that the only difference between a senator and a mob boss is the quality of their tailor, and the fact that the mob boss is more honest about his intentions. It is a cynical, dark, and utterly hilarious worldview that fits the year 1972 like a pair of tight-fitting gloves. The cannoli and the corpse. And then, of course, there is the famous line, "Leave the gun, take the cannoli." This, more than any other moment, encapsulates the charm of the thuggery. It suggests that even in the midst of a violent execution, one must never lose sight of the important things in life, namely, a good pastry. It is this juxtaposition of the domestic and the deadly that makes the mafia so appealing to the American public. We love the idea that a man can be a cold-eyed killer by day and a doting grandfather who tends to his tomato plants by night. It allows us to believe that evil is not a soul-consuming void, but merely a career choice that can be switched off when it's time for dinner. But I suspect the reality is a bit more sour. I have known real scoundrels in my time, the kind who would steal a blind man's dog and then charge him for the leash. And I have never found them to be particularly fond of opera or tomato gardens. They are usually just mean, small-minded men with a surplus of greed and a deficit of imagination. By turning the mafia into a grand operatic tragedy, we have done a great disservice to the truth, but we have done a great service to the box office. We have created a myth that will haunt us for decades, a myth that says power is its own justification, and that a family is a fortress that excuses any crime committed in its name. A closing thought. As I left the theater, I saw a young man standing by the ticket booth. He was wearing a dark suit. His hair was slicked back with enough grease to lubricate a steamship, and he was practicing his intense stare in the reflection of a soda machine. Watch out, world, I thought. Here comes another Don who will eventually realize that in the real world, if you make someone an offer they can't refuse, they don't usually call you a tragic hero. They usually call the police. But for now, in 1972, the myth is king. We shall continue to romanticize the thuggery, to mumble our greetings, and to pretend that there is something noble about a man who solves his problems with a garrote. It is a grand, hilarious delusion, and I suppose it is better than looking at the front page of the newspaper and seeing what the actual government is up to. At least, the Corleones have the decency to admit they're criminals. In Washington, they still haven't figured out how to use the duct tape properly. I think I shall go find some cannoli. If the world is going to hell in a handbasket, we might as well have a decent dessert for the journey. The difference between a criminal and a hero is often just a matter of lighting, and whether or not the background music is by Nino Rota. Chapter 10. The Space Race's Hangover. It is a well-documented infirmity of the human spirit that we are never so bored as when we have finally achieved the impossible. In the year of our Lord 1969, the American public was in a state of celestial delirium. We had placed a pair of gentlemen upon the lunar surface, watched them hop about like weightless grasshoppers, and listened to them utter sentiments of such profound gravity that one would have thought the moon was made of solid wisdom instead of dusty basalt and disappointment. But by 1972, the delirium has passed, replaced by the sort of heavy, thumping headache that follows a particularly exuberant 4th of July celebration. We have discovered that the moon is, in fact, remarkably far away, exceedingly expensive to visit, and, most unforgivably, it possesses no souvenir shops, no atmosphere, and nothing to look at but more rocks. The suburbanization of the infinite. In April of 1972, Apollo 16 set out for the lunar highlands. By the time the rocket cleared the gantry, the American public responded with a collective yawn that could have powered a small windmill. "Are they going back again?" asked the man in the street, peering up from his morning paper. What did they forget? The keys? The cat? We have turned the most daring feat of engineering in the history of our species into a suburban commute. The astronauts, men of such iron nerve and mathematical precision that they make the rest of us look like unbaked dough, are now treated with the same casual familiarity as the local milkman. We watch them on the electronic opiate as they drive a lunar rover, a device that looks like a lawn tractor designed by a committee of paranoid spiders across the Descartes highlands. They hit bumps. They kick up dust. They perform experiments which seem to involve hitting things with hammers to see if they break. To the scientist, this is the pinnacle of human inquiry. To the average citizen sitting in his recliner, it is merely a very expensive way to watch a man play in a sandbox. The geologist and the moon glow. But the true sign of the space race's decline, or perhaps its final desperate reach for relevance, arrived in December with Apollo 17. For the first time, NASA decided to send a professional scientist to the moon. Up until this point, the moon had been the exclusive playground of test pilots, men who could fly a brick if it had a large enough engine, and who viewed geology as something that happened to your windshield if you followed a gravel truck too closely. But on Apollo 17, we sent Harrison Schmitt, a geologist. I find this a marvelous piece of irony. We spent $24 billion to send a man 238,000 miles just so he could look at a rock and say, yes, this is definitely a rock. It is a very old rock. It is, perhaps, the most expensive rock ever contemplated by the mind of man. I watched Mr. Schmitt on the television. He was quite excited. He found orange soil. He spoke of vesicular basalts and breccias with a passion that suggested he had found the fountain of youth, when in reality he had merely found a patch of dirt that had been slightly oxidized by a volcanic eruption several billion years ago. It is a testament to the eccentricity of our species that we will cross a vacuum of absolute nothingness to find a pebble. Yet we will not walk across the street to speak to a neighbor who has a slightly different opinion on the municipal tax rate. The digital watch, the space age's most ridiculous gift. But if the moon itself has become a bore, the spin-off technology has become a religion. We are told that the space race was necessary so that we might enjoy the fruits of high technology in our daily lives. And what are these fruits? We have Tang, a powdered orange-flavored beverage that tastes like a chemical accident in a citrus grove. We have Velcro, a substance that allows us to fasten our shoes with a sound like a giant cat scratching a screen door. And in 1972, we have the crowning achievement of the digital age, the Pulsar LED digital watch. I saw a gentleman wearing one of these marvels recently. It cost him $2,100, a sum that would have purchased a very respectable farm in Missouri or a fleet of small sailing vessels. "Look, Mr. TwAIn!" he cried, thrusting his wrist into my face. "It's the future! No hands, no ticking, just the pure, unadulterated essence of time." I looked. I saw a dark, blank screen of red glass. It looked like a tiny, rectangular tombstone for a very small and very wealthy insect. "It doesn't seem to be doing anything," I observed. "Ah," he said, his eyes gleaming with the light of the converted. "That's because it's a demand display. To see the time, you must press this button with your other hand." He pressed the button. For a fleeting second, 4 tiny, glowing red numbers appeared. 10, 42. Then they vanished, as if ashamed of their own existence. "Let me understand this," I said. "You have paid $2,000 for a watch that requires 2 hands to operate, which drains its batteries in a matter of weeks if you look at it too often, and which remains a mysterious black void for 23 hours and 59 minutes of the day. In my day, I had a pocket watch that cost $10, required 1 hand to pull from my waistcoat, and told me the time at a glance without any technological histrionics." "But it's digital," he insisted. This is the space-age hangover in a nutshell. We have become so enamored with the appearance of the future that we have forgotten the utility of the present. We want things that blink, things that hum, and things that require a manual the size of the New Testament to operate, even if they don't work half as well as the primitive tools of our ancestors. The Great Retreat. As 1972 draws to a close, the Man on the Moon program is being unceremoniously dismantled. The remaining rockets, the Saturn V's, those magnificent thundering towers of ambition, are being left to rust in the Florida sun or turned into museum exhibits for children to climb upon. We have decided that the moon is too expensive. We have decided that we have problems at home that require our attention. Problems like the Watergate burglars, the price of beef, and the mysterious disappearance of the American dignity. But I suspect the truth is simpler. We are a species of short-term enthusiasts. We loved the moon when it was a challenge. We loved it when it was a race against the Russians. We loved it when it was a spectacle. But once it became a scientific endeavor, it lost its charm. Science is slow, science is quiet, and science does not provide the kind of immediate, explosive gratification that the American public demands from its tax dollars. We are retreating from the heavens. We are turning our eyes back to the earth, where the air is thick, the grass is green or avocado green as the fashion dictates, and the problems are comfortably familiar. We are moving from the age of Apollo to the age of the space shuttle, a machine designed to go up, circle the block a few times, and come back down without ever going anywhere in particular. The final footprint. In December, Gene Cernan, the commander of Apollo 17, stepped off the lunar surface and prepared to return home. He left a plaque. He made a speech. He looked at the Earth, that blue marble that has become the most famous photograph of the century, and he spoke of peace and hope. And then he turned off the lights and came home. The moon is now empty again. The lunar rovers are parked, their batteries dead, their tires forever silent in the vacuum. The orange soil is sitting in a jar in Houston, being scrutinized by men in lab coats who are trying to figure out what it all means. And the rest of us? We are left with our tang, our Velcro, and our digital watches. We have the hangover of a greatness we no longer wish to sustain. We look up at the moon on a clear night, and we feel a brief, flickering sense of pride, followed immediately by a sense of relief that we don't have to pay for the gas to get back there. It is a curious thing to have reached for the stars and decided, upon touching them, that they were a bit too dusty for our liking. But that is the human condition. We are always looking for the next frontier until we find it, at which point we start looking for the nearest exit. I shall sit on my porch and watch the moon rise. It looks much better from here anyway. It doesn't require a button to see. It doesn't cost $24 billion to maintain. And it doesn't try to sell me a digital watch. It just sits there, a silent witness to our brief and noisy attempt to conquer it, waiting patiently for the next time we decide to get drunk on ambition and try it all over again. In the meantime, I have found that a good cigar and a glass of bourbon provide a much more reliable space-age experience than anything NASA has to offer. They certainly taste better than Tang, and they don't require a geologist to explain why they're important. Man is the only animal that will spend his fortune to fly to a wasteland just so he can brag to the animals who stayed home that the wasteland was exactly as he expected it to be. Chapter 11. The Feminine Mystique and the Burning of the Undergarments. It has been my long-standing observation, derived from many years of watching the human race attempt to navigate the treacherous waters of social progress without drowning in their own pomposity, that the most dangerous moment for any civilization is the moment the ladies decide they have had quite enough. A man who is discontented will generally grumble, find a tavern, and complain to his glass of whiskey until the feeling passes. But when the fairer sex determines that the status quo is an insult to their collective intelligence, the very foundations of the republic begin to tremble, and the menfolk find themselves looking for an exit that hasn't been blocked by a picket line. In this year of 1972, the women's liberation movement has reached a state of such high-altitude fervor that the average American male is living in a permanent condition of squinting bewilderment. He is like a man who has lived in a house for 40 years, only to wake up one morning and discover that the kitchen has declared its independence and the laundry room is demanding a seat at the United Nations. The architecture of the upholstered woman. To understand the liberation of 1972, one must first understand the mystique from which the ladies are fleeing. For the better part of the 20th century, we have treated the American woman as a sort of high-end upholstery project. We have encased her in a series of structural engineering marvels designed to defy the laws of gravity, biology, and common sense. I speak, of course, of the brassiere. Now, I have seen the great suspension bridges of our nation, magnificent spans of steel and cable that allow for the free flow of commerce, but they are child's play compared to the complexity of the mid-century undergarment. In the years leading up to 1972, a woman was expected to strap herself into a contraption of wire, elastic, and lace that possessed the structural integrity of a fortified bunker. It was a garment that did not so much support as it coerced. It was designed to produce a silhouette that bore no resemblance to the human form, but rather suggested a pair of torpedoes poised for an immediate maritime engagement. In 1972, the ladies have decided that these torpedoes are decommissioned. We have heard much talk of bra burning. Now, the historians tell us that the actual incineration of these garments was more of a symbolic rumor than a widespread pyrotechnic event, a freedom trash can, into which were tossed the tools of domestic torture. But the image remains. The idea of a woman casting her wire-rimmed cage into a bonfire is, to the American man, a vision of absolute anarchy. He looks at the smoke and sees the end of civilization. He wonders, with a pathos that would be touching if it weren't so ridiculous, if the ladies are no longer constricted by 18 inches of reinforced elastic, how shall we know where the kitchen ends and the revolution begins? The Ms. Revolution, a linguistic civil war. But the liberation is not merely a matter of haberdashery. It is a matter of language. In 1972, the ladies have launched a direct assault upon the English tongue, a language that has been quite comfortably masculine for centuries, largely because the men were the only ones allowed to hold the pens. The primary battlefield is the title. For generations, a woman was identified by her relationship to a man. She was either a miss, which meant she was still on the market and available for a modest down payment of a wedding ring, or she was a Mrs., which meant she had been successfully acquired and was now the legal property of a gentleman who likely couldn't find his own socks without a written map. But now we have Ms. It is a two-letter syllable that has caused more cardiac distress in the halls of Congress than a tax hike on tobacco. Ms. Magazine, launched this year by the formidable Gloria Steinem, has become the manual for this new era. The beauty of Ms. is that it tells the world absolutely nothing about a woman's marital status. It is a linguistic no trespassing sign. It says, "Whether I am married, single, or currently being pursued by a legion of suitors is none of your business, and I would thank you to keep your opinions on my domestic arrangements to yourself." I watched a gentleman of the old school attempt to address a lady as Miss recently. She corrected him with a sharpness that suggested she was sharpening her tongue on a grindstone. "It is Miss," she said, with the finality of a judge passing a death sentence. The poor fellow looked as if he had been slapped with a wet trout. He retreated to his club where he spent the afternoon wondering if he should also start calling himself Mr.-Z, just to keep the playing field level. We are a nation of chairpersons, spokespersons, and firefighters. The suffix man is being hunted through the streets like a fugitive. I expect that by 1975 the very word human will be under investigation for gender bias, and we shall all be referred to as Hugh beings to satisfy the Department of Equality. The Equal Rights Amendment, the political quadrille. In March of this year, the United States Senate passed the Equal Rights Amendment, ERA, and sent it to the states for ratification. It is a simple enough document, a few lines of text stating that equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged on account of sex. To any rational observer, this would seem as non-controversial as a statement in favor of sunshine or against the common cold. But in the theater of 1972, it has become the Great Schism. On one side, you have the liberated woman, the lady in the pantsuit, another garment that causes the American male to weep for the lost glories of the poodle skirt, who believes that a woman is capable of doing anything a man can do, and doing it twice as well while receiving 60% of the pay. On the other side, you have the counter-revolution, led by a lady named Phyllis Schlafly. Mrs. Schlafly is a marvel of political irony. She is a highly educated, articulate, and fiercely independent woman who spends 24 hours a day traveling the country to tell other women that their greatest joy lies in being silent, dependent, and confined to the parlor. She is the general of an army of housewives who are marching for the right to remain exactly where they are. "The ERA will take away our privileges," they cry. "It will force us into the foxholes. It will lead to communal bathrooms. It will require us to support ourselves." It is a fascinating spectacle, the sight of thousands of women using their newfound political power to argue that they shouldn't have any political power. It is a paradox that would make a philosopher's head spin, but in 1972 it is merely Tuesday. The male bewilderment and the total woman. And what of the American man? He is, as I have noted, remarkably confused. He has been raised to believe that his role in life is to provide the paycheck, mow the lawn, and occasionally bestow a patronizing pat on the head of the little woman. But the little woman has grown 6 feet tall and is currently applying for his job at the brokerage firm. To cope with this trauma, Some men have retreated into a state of catatonic nostalgia. Others have embraced a new literary trend known as the total woman. This is a philosophy that suggests a woman can save her marriage and appease her husband by greeting him at the door wrapped in nothing but saran wrap and a smile. I am told this is a very popular movement in the suburbs. I cannot imagine anything more terrifying for a man returning home from a long day of wrestling with a Xerox machine than to find his wife dressed as a leftovers container. It is not liberation. It is a cry for help. The truth is, the American male is terrified because he has realized that if the ladies are equal, he might actually have to learn how to operate the washing machine. He might have to discover that a child does not merely exist as a decorative ornament for the Sunday portrait, but is a creature that requires feeding, cleaning, and the occasional application of discipline. The feminine mystique was not just a cage for women, it was a luxury cruise for men. And the boat is sinking. The Title IX miracle. We must also mention Title IX, which was signed into law this June. It is a piece of legislation that forbids sex discrimination in any educational program receiving federal funds. To the casual observer, this sounds like more bureaucratic paperwork. But to the American girl, it is the keys to the kingdom. It means that the high school gymnasium, once the exclusive temple of the boys' basketball team and their sweaty socks, must now be shared with the girls. It means that a young woman can dream of being an athlete, a doctor, or an engineer, and the state cannot tell her no, simply because she possesses a different set of biological blueprints. I saw a group of young girls playing soccer the other day. They were muddy, they were aggressive, and they were shouting at one another with a volume that would have scandalized a Victorian governess. "Look at that," said a man standing next to me, shaking his head in dismay. "It's not feminine. It's not ladylike. Where will it end?" "Sir," I said, "it will end when they realize they can run faster than you, think clearer than you, and eventually outvote you. I suggest you start practicing your soccer skills now, or you'll be the one sitting on the sidelines holding the orange slices." The New Frontier. As 1972 draws to a close, the great undergarment fire is still smoldering. The world has not ended, though the collars of our shirts have grown significantly wider and our hair has become remarkably unmanageable. The American woman is no longer a mystique. She is a person. She is a citizen. She is a Ms. She is demanding her rights, her pay, and her place at the table. And while the men of 1972 may grumble and mutter about the good old days of the 1950s, when a man was a king in his own castle and the castle was kept spotless by a ghost in a floral apron, they know deep in their hearts that the ghost has left the building. The future is coming, and it is wearing sensible shoes and a determined expression. It is a future where the fairer sex will prove to be the tougher sex, and where the only thing being burned in the streets will be the outdated notion that one half of the human race was born to serve the other. I shall light a cigar and toast to the Ms. of 1972. She is a formidable creature, and I wouldn't want to be the man standing in her way. I might end up in a trash can along with the bras and the polyester leisure suits, and frankly, I've always found those trash cans to be a bit crowded anyway. A woman is like a tea bag. You never know how strong she is until she gets into hot water. In 1972, the water is boiling, and the tea is going to be remarkably strong indeed. Chapter 12. The Hanoi Paradox. It has been my observation, gathered from a long and wearying study of the human species' tendency to set things on fire in the name of lofty ideals, that peace is the most expensive commodity on the market. It is far costlier than war, for war only requires a surplus of young men and a deficiency of conscience, both of which are always in high supply. But peace, real, lasting, dignified peace, requires a man to admit he was wrong, and that is a spiritual exertion that can kill a politician faster than a duel at dawn. In the year of our Lord 1972, the American Republic has been engaged in a conflict in Southeast Asia for so long that we have begun to forget why we went there in the first place. We are told we are there to defend democracy in a place that has as much use for a ballot box as a fish has for a bicycle. We are told we are containing something, as if the political leanings of a jungle were a leak in a garden hose that could be stopped by placing a thumb or 500,000 soldiers over the hole. The alchemist of fog, Henry Kissinger. Enter Dr. Henry Kissinger. If Richard Nixon is the monarch of the Potomac, then Henry Kissinger is his court wizard. He is a man who possesses a voice like a landslide of gravel and a brain that works with the cold, clicking precision of a Swiss watch that has been dipped in molasses. He is a diplomat, which is a title we give to a man who can tell you to go to hell in such a way that you actually look forward to the trip. Throughout 1972, Dr. Kissinger has been engaged in a secret dance in Paris. He meets with a gentleman from North Vietnam named Le Duc Tho, a man who possesses the patience of a mountain and the warmth of a glacier. They sit in gilded rooms, sipping fine wines and discussing the various ways they can stop killing one another without making it look like anyone has actually stopped. The American public, watching this from their electronic opiates, is told that the negotiations are sensitive. This is diplomatic shorthand for we are arguing about the shape of the table while people are dying in the mud. For months, the table was the primary obstacle. Should it be square? Should it be round? Should it be a trapezoid? I suspect if they had spent as much energy on the treaty as they did on the carpentry, the war would have ended during the Eisenhower administration. The October surprise, peace is at hand. But then came October. In America, October is a sacred month, not because of the changing leaves or the harvest, but because it is the month of the election surprise. It is the time when the incumbent president suddenly discovers a cure for poverty, a solution to the energy crisis, or, in the case of 1972, the end of the world's most miserable war. On October 26th, just days before the American people were to head to the polls to decide whether they wanted 4 more years of Mr. Nixon's scowl, Dr. Kissinger stepped before the microphones and uttered the 4 most expensive words in the English language. Peace is at hand. The nation gasped. The stock market did a little jig. The mothers of soldiers felt a flickering hope in their breasts. It was a masterpiece of timing. It was the political equivalent of a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat just as the audience was starting to throw rotten tomatoes. However, upon closer inspection, one discovered that the piece in question was not actually in the hand. It was merely at the hand, in the same way that a mirage is at the horizon. It was a ghost of a piece, a suggestion of a peace that was currently being held together by spit, string, and a desperate need to win the state of Ohio. The logic of the meat grinder. The paradox of 1972 is that as the talk of peace grew louder, the sound of the bombs grew more deafening. This is what the military men call leverage. I have seen leverage in my time. In a poker game, leverage is having an ace up your sleeve and a derringer in your boot. In Southeast Asia, leverage is known as Operation Linebacker. It is the theory that if you drop enough explosives on a people, they will eventually see the wisdom of your democratic arguments. "We are bombing them into the peace table," cried the generals. It is a curious logic. It is like a suitor attempting to win a lady's hand by burning down her house and shooting her cat. "Look how much I love you," he shouts over the roar of the flames. "Why won't you agree to the wedding?" The North Vietnamese, being a stubborn sort of people who have been fighting invaders since the days when the Romans were still figuring out how to wear togas, responded to this leverage by digging deeper holes and waiting. They understood what the American government did not, that you cannot defeat a man who has nowhere else to go and nothing left to lose. The honor of the exit. The primary sticking point in the Hanoi paradox is a word that has caused more misery than the plague: honor. Mr. Nixon has declared that we must have peace with honor. This is a beautiful sentiment, provided you don't ask for a definition. In 1972, honor means that we cannot leave Vietnam until we can find a way to pretend that we didn't lose. We must ensure that the South Vietnamese government, a collection of gentlemen whose primary talent is disappearing with American aid money, looks stable enough to last at least until the American news cameras have been packed away. We are seeking a decent interval. This is the most cynical phrase ever coined in the halls of power. It means we want enough time to pass between our departure and the inevitable collapse of our allies, so that the public won't blame the president for the catastrophe. We are not looking for a solution. We are looking for an alibi. A politician's honor is a very delicate thing. It is usually located in the same part of his anatomy as his re-election prospects, and it is defended with the lives of people whose names he cannot pronounce. The Christmas gift of high explosives. When the October peace failed to materialize, because the South Vietnamese president, Mr. realized that the peace involved him being thrown to the wolves, Mr. Nixon decided that the only way to resolve the Hanoi paradox was to become the world's most violent Santa Claus. In December of 1972, we witnessed the Christmas bombings. For 11 days, the giant B-52 bombers rained fire upon Hanoi and Haiphong. It was the most intensive bombing campaign in the history of warfare. We were told it was necessary to bring them back to the table. I have seen many ways to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace, but raining 20,000 tons of ordnance on a civilian population is a novel interpretation of goodwill toward men. It was a display of such naked, brutal power that it even made our allies in Europe wince. But it worked, in a way. The North Vietnamese returned to Paris. The peace was signed in January of 1973. It was almost exactly the same peace that had been at hand in October, with the addition of several thousand more graves and a few more medals for the wizard Kissinger. The final accounting. So, what was the Hanoi paradox? It was a war that ended not with a bang, but with a series of very loud bangs followed by a very quiet retreat. It was a peace that everyone knew was a sham, signed by men who hated each other to satisfy a public that was too tired to care anymore. We brought our boys home, which was a mercy, but we left behind a country in ruins, a bitter taste in the mouth of the world, and a set of lessons that we would spend the next 50 years trying to forget. We proved that a great nation can do anything it sets its mind to, except admit that it has made a colossal, bloody, and expensive mistake. I watched the soldiers return. They didn't have a parade. They didn't have the cheers that greeted the boys in 1945. They just walked off the plains, looked at the polyester suits and the long hair of the civilians, and wondered if they had been fighting for a country that no longer existed. As for Dr. Kissinger, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts. This is perhaps the greatest joke of 1972. It is like awarding a fire extinguisher to an arsonist because he eventually ran out of matches. Le Duc Tho, to his eternal credit, refused the prize, stating that peace had not yet been established. He was the only honest man in the whole sordid affair. I shall go back to my study. The air in 1972 is thick with the smell of honor, and it's making me sneeze. I prefer the honest stench of a Mississippi wharf. There, at least, the thieves don't pretend they're doing you a favor by robbing you, and they don't expect a Nobel Prize for it afterward. History is a grand teacher, but she has a very slow class. In the case of Vietnam, the students are still in the corner wearing dunce caps, while the teacher has gone home and locked the door. Chapter 13. The Lure of the Lava Lamp. I have long maintained that the human eye is a treacherous organ, designed primarily to lead the soul into various states of expensive and colorful temptation. In my younger days, if a man wished to be mesmerized by a visual spectacle, he sat by a campfire and watched the embers pop and hiss, or he stood on the deck of a steamboat and watched the moonlight dance upon the ripples of the Mississippi. These were honest entertainments, provided by nature and the great Creator at no cost beyond a bit of wood and a surplus of patience. But in the year of our Lord 1972, the American public has decided that nature is insufficiently groovy. We have replaced the hearth with a glass cylinder of glowing, radioactive-looking sludge. We call it the lava lamp, the apotheosis of the goo. I was first introduced to this decorative marvel in the den of a young man who possessed a mustache like a startled walrus and a philosophy that seemed to have been largely derived from the back of a cereal box. The room was dim. The air was thick with the scent of that patchouli oil I have previously disparaged. And there, sitting upon a shelf of Mediterranean oak contact paper, was the lamp. It is a peculiar architecture. It consists of a conical metal base, which I am told contains a light bulb of such ferocious intensity that it could successfully signal a rescue party in the North Sea, and a glass vessel filled with a clear liquid and a quantity of mysterious, colorful wax. When the lamp is cold, the wax sits at the bottom in a sullen, lumpy mass, looking for all the world like a collection of organs that have been removed from a very small and very bright dinosaur. But once the on switch is flipped, a miracle of thermodynamics occurs. The wax begins to stir. It heaves. It develops a blob-like ambition. Slowly, with the agonizing deliberation of a politician making a decision that doesn't involve a bribe, a single globule of wax detaches itself from the motherlode and begins to float toward the heavens. The hypnotic stagnation. I sat and watched this process for 45 minutes. At first, I expected something to happen. I expected the wax to form a shape, perhaps a map of the world, or the face of a loved one, or at the very least, a recognizable animal. But no, the wax merely rose to the top, hesitated for a moment as if contemplating the futility of its existence, and then drifted back down to merge once again with the mass at the bottom. "It's beautiful, isn't it, Sam?" the young man whispered, his eyes dilated, as if he were trying to see into the fourth dimension. It's the flow, man. It's the cosmic rhythm." "My boy," I replied, "it is a bottle of heated paraffin. It is the visual equivalent of a man trying to remember why he walked into a room. It is a spectacle of absolute, unadulterated nothingness. If you find this cosmic, I fear for the state of your intellect." But he didn't hear me. He was mellowing out. In 1972, mellowing out is the primary occupation of the youth. It involves sitting in a beanbag chair, another invention of the devil designed to ensure that a man over the age of 30 can never again stand up with dignity, and staring at the lava lamp until the brain turns into a substance remarkably similar to the wax inside the glass. The philosophy of the blob. One must ask, why? What is it about 1972 that makes the lava lamp so irresistible? I suspect it is because the lamp is the perfect metaphor for the decade. After the frantic shouting insanity of the 1960s, a decade that was all fire, brimstone, and shouting from the rooftops, the 1970s have arrived with a heavy, rhythmic thud. We are exhausted. We are tired of the war. We are tired of the protests. And we are tired of thinking. The lava lamp offers us a way to think without actually using any neurons. You watch a blob rise. You watch a blob fall. You watch two blobs collide and merge. It is safe. It is predictable. It is a controlled environment of weirdness that doesn't require you to go outside or engage in a revolution. It is the revolution for the lazy man. The lava lamp is the only invention in history that allows a man to feel as though he is having a profound spiritual experience, while he is, in fact, merely waiting for a light bulb to melt some wax. The scientific absurdity. The mechanics of the lamp are a study in the eccentricity of the human mind. The liquid inside is a mixture of water, salt, and various chemical agents that keep the wax in a state of precarious buoyancy. The wax itself is a secret formula. I spoke to a man who claimed to be an expert in the field. He spoke of specific gravity, thermal expansion, and interfacial tension. "You see," he said, tapping the glass with a manicured finger, "as the wax heats, its density decreases. It becomes lighter than the surrounding liquid. But as it reaches the top, away from the heat source, it cools. Its density increases and it falls. It's a closed loop of energy." "I see," I said. "So it is a machine that does absolutely no work, produces no useful output, and consumes a great deal of electricity just to move a bit of grease up and down in a tube. It is, in other words, the most perfect representation of a congressional committee ever devised by the hand of man." He looked offended. People in 1972 are easily offended when you point out the uselessness of their toys. They believe that Vibrations and moods are a form of currency. They buy lamps that are electric blue, lava red, and psychedelic green, and they believe that the color of their lighting is a reflection of their soul. If a man's soul is a muddy orange blob rising slowly in a vat of salt water, I think he should perhaps see a doctor, or at the very least, a priest. The danger of the glow. We must also consider the physical peril of the lava lamp. The base of the lamp is made of thin aluminum and houses a 40-watt appliance bulb. After 3 hours of mellowing out, the base reaches a temperature that could be used to brand cattle or cauterize a wound. I saw a cat, a sensible four-legged creature with more brains than its owner, attempt to walk past a lava lamp. It brushed against the base, let out a yelp that would have startled a Comanche, and exited the room through a closed window. The owner didn't even blink. He was too busy watching a particularly large blob of harvest gold wax perform a slow-motion somersault. There is also the constant threat of the exploding tube. I have heard stories of people who, in a fit of misguided curiosity, tried to heat their lava lamps on a kitchen stove to speed up the process. The resulting explosion apparently covered the kitchen in a fine mist of hot wax and glass shards, leaving the inhabitants looking like they had been attacked by a very colorful and very angry beehive. This is the American way. We take a harmless piece of kitsch and we find a way to make it a lethal hazard through the sheer application of impatience. The death of the hearth. But the true snark of the lava lamp lies in what it has replaced. As I mentioned, we once had the fireplace. The fireplace required a man to chop wood, to build a structure, to understand the draft of the chimney. It provided warmth, it provided light, and it provided a focal point for the family. The lava lamp provides no warmth, except to the cat's singed whiskers, and its light is a sickly, pulsating glow that makes everyone in the room look like they are suffering from a mild case of seasickness. It does not encourage conversation. It encourages a sort of slack-jawed silence. I watched a family sitting in their living room, each of them staring at a different lava lamp. There was no talking. There was no reading. There was only the rhythmic rising and falling of the wax. They were like a collection of statues in a wax museum, which is fitting, I suppose, given the contents of the lamps. The final accounting of the goo. As 1972 draws to a close, the lava lamp has become a staple of the American home. It sits on the television, it sits on the bedside table, and it sits in the windows of head shops across the nation. It is a symbol of our collective retreat from reality. We have decided that the world is too bright, too loud, and too complicated. We would much rather live in a room with a single, glowing cylinder of goo. We want to be mesmerized. We want to be hypnotized. We want to believe that the secrets of the universe can be found in the slow-motion collision of two blobs of paraffin. I shall stick to my candles. A candle may be old-fashioned, but it has a dignity that a lava lamp can never hope to achieve. A candle flickers with the wind. It reacts to the world around it. A lava lamp merely reacts to a light bulb. It is a closed system of stupidity. And while it may be the lure of the decade, I suspect that in 20 years we will look back at these glowing tubes and wonder why we ever thought that a bottle of hot wax was a substitute for a functioning brain. In the meantime, I shall keep my distance. I have seen enough blobs for one lifetime, and I have no desire to mellow out until my own thoughts start looking like electric blue grease. I shall go for a walk in the night air, the real air, and look at the stars. They don't move as fast as the wax, perhaps, but at least they don't require a 40-watt bulb to tell me they're there. Man is the only animal that will pay good money to watch a piece of wax do something he wouldn't tolerate from his own children, namely, move as slowly as possible and refuse to explain itself. Chapter 14. The Disco Fever Incubation. I have long entertained the notion that the great Creator, in his infinite mercy and occasionally puckish sense of humor, endowed the human frame with a set of joints and muscles for the primary purpose of navigating the terrestrial globe with a modicum of grace. In my time, a man's movement was governed by the steady rhythm of the walking cane or the rhythmic sway of the saddle. If a man danced, he did so with a structured dignity, the waltz, the quadrille, or perhaps a spirited Virginia reel, where the feet moved in obedience to a melody, and the soul remained firmly in charge of the proceedings. But in the year of our Lord 1972, a new and terrifying infirmity has begun to take root in the dark corners of our cities. It is a rhythmic plague, a biological mutiny of the lower limbs, which the youth have begun to call disco. It is currently in its incubation stage, a low-grade fever simmering in subterranean clubs with names like the Sanctuary and the Loft. But I fear it is destined to become a full-blown epidemic that will eventually turn every respectable citizen into a gyrating peacock in a state of high-voltage agitation. The metronomic menace. The primary symptom of this disco fever is the sound. In the previous decade, the music was a chaotic shouting affair. Electric guitars that screamed like a banshee with a stubbed toe, and drums that crashed with the subtlety of a collapsing warehouse. But the music of 1972 has discovered a new kind of cruelty, the relentless beat. It is a four-on-the-floor thumping, a heavy mechanical thud, 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 thud that possesses the melodic variety of a pile driver and the spiritual depth of a dripping faucet. It is designed to bypass the brain entirely. It does not speak to the heart. It does not whisper to the intellect. It simply grabs the listener by the belt buckle and demands that his feet begin a repetitive twitching motion that would be considered a medical emergency in any other century. I recently observed a young man listening to this new soul music on a transistor radio. He was not listening with his ears. He was listening with his entire skeletal structure. His head was bobbing like a cork in a storm. His fingers were snapping with a violence that threatened to strip the skin from his knuckles, and his legs were performing a series of spasmodic jerks that suggested he was trying to shake off an invisible swarm of very rhythmic bees. "My boy," I said, leaning on my cane, "are you in need of a physician, or have you simply sat upon a hot stove and are waiting for the sensation to subside?" "I'm just grooving, Sam," he cried, his eyes glazed with the hypnotic power of the hi-hat cymbal. "Can't you feel it? It's the groove." "I feel a profound sense of motion sickness," I replied. "If this is grooving, I shall stick to the steady, unhurried pace of a Mississippi barge. At least the barge has a destination. You appear to be traveling at 60 miles per hour while standing in a telephone booth. The Temple of the Silver Melon. The epicenter of this incubation is the discotheque. I was persuaded to visit one of these establishments under the guise of cultural observation. It was a room that appeared to have been decorated by a committee of shipwrecked sailors and interior designers who had been overexposed to the lava lamps discussed in the previous chapter. The air was thick with the scent of expensive French cigarettes and cheap American desperation. But the centerpiece of the room, the holy relic of this new cult, was the mirror ball. It is a large rotating sphere covered in thousands of tiny fractured mirrors. It hangs from the ceiling like a silver melon of madness, catching the beams of colored spotlights and scattering them across the room in a dizzying array of flickering motes. It is a masterpiece of sensory assault. To stand under a mirror ball is to experience the sensation of being inside a kaleidoscope that is having a nervous breakdown. The dancers below are bathed in this fragmented light, making them look less like human beings and more like a collection of disjointed limbs and flashing sequins. They move in a hustle, a dance that requires a level of coordination usually reserved for professional jugglers or people trying to escape a burning building. They spin, they point, they slide, and they perform a series of pelvic maneuvers that would have caused a Victorian matron to expire on the spot from a combination of shock and envy. The architecture of the peacock. We must now address the most alarming aspect of the disco incubation, the male uniform. For centuries, the American man has been a creature of sober attire. He wore wool, he wore linen, and he wore colors that suggested he was a solid, dependable member of the community. Browns, blacks, and the occasional daring shade of navy blue. But in 1972, the disco fever has attacked the very concept of masculinity. The disco man does not dress. He decorates. He has abandoned the modest collar of his ancestors in favor of butterfly lapels that are large enough to serve as sails for a small yacht. His shirt, made of that shimmering, sweat-trapping Kiana nylon, is unbuttoned to a depth that reveals a vast expanse of chest hair and a collection of gold chains that would have shamed a conquistador. But the true tragedy lies in the platform shoe. I have seen the high-heeled boots of the French cavaliers, and I have seen the stilts of the marsh dwellers. But the 1972 platform shoe is a unique insult to the human foot. It consists of a sole that is 4 inches thick, carved from wood or plastic, topped with a heel that looks like a structural support for a bridge. To walk in these shoes is an act of high-stakes balancing. To dance in them is a form of suicide. I saw a gentleman attempting to perform a spin on the dance floor while wearing a pair of electric blue platforms. He achieved the spin, to be sure, but the laws of centrifugal force and the height of his heels conspired against him. He tilted, he wobbled, and he eventually crashed into a table of cocktails with the thundering impact of a falling redwood. "Is he dead?" I asked as the waitresses rushed to clear the debris. "No," whispered my companion. "He's just waiting for the next song. He's staying alive." "He's staying lucky," I muttered. "If he does that again, he'll be staying in the orthopedic ward of the county hospital." The philosophy of the flashing light. What is the lure of this rhythmic madness? Why do the youth of 1972 wish to spend their nights in a dark room, deafened by a metronome and blinded by a silver melon? I suspect it is a form of escapism. In a year of Watergate, Vietnam, and the price of beef, the discotheque offers a world where the only thing that matters is the beat. It is a world where you can be a star for 3 minutes and 45 seconds, provided you have enough hairspray and your polyester doesn't ignite from the friction of your own thighs. It is a democratic madness. On the dance floor, the bank clerk and the waitress are equals. They are both caught in the same flickering light, both chasing the same elusive groove. They seek a state of transcendence through the medium of repetitive motion. It is a pagan ritual, updated for the age of electricity and cheap synthetic fabrics. But there is a loneliness to it, too. In the old dances, you held a partner, you looked them in the eye, you conversed. In the disco of 1972, you dance at someone, or perhaps just in their general vicinity. The music is too loud for talk, and the lights are too bright for intimacy. You are alone in a crowd, a solitary peacock preening for a mirror that doesn't care. The coming plague. As I write this, the disco fever is still largely confined to the urban centers and the underground. It hasn't yet conquered the radio airwaves or the suburban wedding receptions, but the signs are there. I see the disco instruction columns in the newspapers. I see the Saturday night special suits appearing in the windows of the department stores, and I hear that relentless thud, thud, thud creeping into the background of every television commercial. We are at the patient zero stage of a cultural catastrophe. Soon, the fever will break, and the entire nation will be swept up in a frenzy of choreographed finger-pointing and white-suited vanity. We will look back on the quiet, dignified days of 1971 with a sense of profound loss. I shall retreat to my porch with a cigar and a quiet glass of whiskey. If the world wishes to spend its time wobbling on 4-inch heels and sweating through nylon shirts, I cannot stop it. I shall merely wait for the fever to pass, which, given the intensity of the groove, should happen around the time the first polyester suit finally melts onto its wearer. In the meantime, I shall keep my feet firmly planted on the ground. It may be a slow way to live, but at least I don't have to worry about tripping over my own fashion choices or being blinded by a rotating vegetable made of glass. The age of disco is dawning, but I intend to sleep through it, or at the very least, stay in the shadows where the light doesn't flicker and the beat doesn't feel like a rhythmic assault on my dignity. Dancing is a vertical expression of a horizontal desire, but disco is a horizontal expression of a vertical confusion, mostly involving where one's feet are currently located in relation to the floor. Chapter 15. The Boeing 747, the cattle car of the clouds. It has been my privilege to witness many miracles of the modern age, from the first stuttering click of the telegraph to the moment man decided to ride a controlled explosion all the way to the moon, just to see if the rocks there were any more interesting than the ones in New Jersey. But of all the triumphs of human ingenuity, none is so magnificent, so terrifying, and so profoundly insulting to the dignity of the species as the Boeing 747. In the old days, if a man wished to travel from New York to London, he boarded a steamship. He spent 5 days in a state of salt-sprayed leisure, pacing the decks, playing whist, and occasionally leaning over the rail to contemplate the infinite majesty of the Atlantic. It was a journey. It had a beginning, a middle, and a dignified end. But in the year of our Lord 1972, We have decided that 5 days of dignity is 4 days and 23 hours too many. We would much rather be stuffed into a pressurized aluminum tube and hurled through the stratosphere at 600 miles per hour, arriving at our destination with our eardrums shattered, our knees fused to our chins, and our souls left somewhere over the mid-Atlantic. The architecture of the sky whale, the Boeing 747, the jumbo jet, is not merely a plane. It is a flying cathedral dedicated to the goddess of mass transit. It is a machine of such preposterous proportions that, upon first seeing it, one is convinced that the laws of physics have been suspended by a special act of Congress. It possesses a hump behind the cockpit that gives it the appearance of a mechanical camel that has swallowed a billiard table and is currently regretting the decision. I stood at the gate of the Pan Am Terminal, a building that smells of floor wax and the quiet, vibrating anxiety of 500 people trying to remember if they turned off the iron, and gazed upon the beast. It sat on the tarmac, a gleaming white leviathan with wings that spanned half an acre. "How does it stay up?" I asked a young man in a polyester pilot's uniform that featured enough gold braid to furnish a small embassy. "Lift, Mr. TwAIn," he said, with the breezy confidence of a man who hasn't yet realized he is essentially a bus driver with a better view. "Bernoulli's principle. The air moves faster over the top of the wing than the bottom." "My boy," I replied, "I have seen Bernoulli's principle in action on a riverboat, and it generally involves a great deal of splashing and a moderate amount of profanity. This machine weighs 300 tons. If it stays in the air, it is not because of a principle. It is because the earth is so repulsed by the sheer audacity of its size that it is actively pushing it away. The boarding process, the descent into the maelstrom. To board a 747 is to participate in a social experiment designed by a man who hates his fellow citizens. We are divided into classes. There is first class located in the nose and the mythical upper deck. These are the people who have paid a king's ransom to sit in seats that actually resemble furniture, and to be served champagne by young ladies who have been trained to pretend that the passenger is a person of consequence. They have a spiral staircase on a plane. It is a flourish of such unnecessary elegance that it makes the heart ache. And then there is coach. Coach is the region of the plane where the miracle of flight is replaced by the tragedy of the packing crate. It is a vast, echoing cavern of seats arranged 10 across, 2 on the left, 4 in the middle, and 2 on the right. To find one's seat is to navigate a narrow aisle clogged with overcoats, screaming infants, and gentlemen who appear to be carrying their entire worldly possessions in a single, bulging vinyl suitcase. I found my seat, number 42B. It was located in the center section, between a lady who is currently knitting a sweater for a giant and a gentleman who possessed a cough that suggested he had spent the last 20 years working in a coal mine. The seat itself was a triumph of the upholsterer's art, provided the upholsterer was a specialist in the construction of medieval torture devices. It was narrow, it was thin, and it possessed a recline feature that allowed the person in front of you to effectively park their skull in your lap for the duration of the flight. The atmosphere, the great gray cloud. In 1972, the air inside a 747 is not so much atmosphere as it is a concentrated extract of tobacco. Despite the no-smoking signs that flicker on and off with the frequency of a nervous tick, the cabin is a fog of blue smoke. Every armrest features a tiny, silver-lined ashtray that is perpetually overflowing with the remains of 100 Kents and Marlboros. By the time the plane reaches cruising altitude, the visibility in the cabin has dropped to the level of a London street in 1890. I sat there, breathing in the collective exhaled breath of 400 strangers, and wondered if the oxygen masks would eventually drop from the ceiling, not because of a loss of pressure, but as an act of mercy for those of us who prefer our air without a nicotine garnish. A 1972 flight is the only place in the world where you can pay $200 to sit in a room with 400 people and watch them slowly turn their own lungs into a collection of blackened sponges, while a lady in a miniskirt offers you a bag of salted peanuts. The culinary mystery, Salisbury steak at 30,000 feet. Then comes the meal service. This is a choreographed ballet of aluminum carts and plastic trays. The stewardesses, young women who possess a level of patience that would make a saint weep with envy, march down the aisles, distributing the lunch. The lunch consists of a substance known as Salisbury steak. It is a gray, oval-shaped puck of unidentified protein, swimming in a viscous brown gravy that has the consistency of warm motor oil. It is accompanied by 3 limp green beans, a square of yellow cake that has the structural integrity of a sponge, and a plastic cup of water that tastes faintly of the jet fuel that is currently keeping us aloft. I poked at the steak with my plastic fork. The fork snapped. "I say," I called to a passing stewardess, "do you have any tools for this? A hammer, perhaps, or a small controlled explosive?" "It's delicious, sir," she said, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "It was prepared in a laboratory in Queens only 3 days ago." I ate it. In 1972, we eat the Salisbury steak because there is nothing else to do. We are prisoners of the altitude. We are trapped in a silver tube 7 miles above the ground, and our only connection to reality is a tray of gray meat and a tiny packet of salt. The entertainment, the single eye of the Cyclops. Once the trays are cleared, the lights are dimmed, and we are treated to the in-flight movie. In 1972, we do not have individual screens. We have one screen, located at the front of the cabin, which is roughly the size of a postage stamp when viewed from row 42. To hear the dialogue, we are provided with headphones, 2 hollow plastic tubes that you must plug into the armrest. They do not transmit sound so much as they transmit a low, hollow rattling that bears a passing resemblance to human speech. The movie inevitably stars Burt Reynolds. He is driving a car, he is laughing, he is wearing a mustache that is even larger than the one on the 747 Pilot. I watched him for 2 hours, unable to hear a word he was saying, but feeling a profound sense of solidarity with him. We were both, it seemed, moving very fast and going absolutely nowhere. The high-altitude insanity. But the true snark of the 747 is the realization of what we have sacrificed for the sake of speed. We have turned the miracle of flight into a cattle car. We have taken the most poetic achievement of our age, the ability to soar like the eagle, and we have managed to make it boring. We sit in our rows, staring at the back of the head of the stranger in front of us, listening to the roar of the engines, and waiting for the moment the fastened seatbelt sign will release us back into the world. We do not look out the window because the window is small and the person in the window seat is currently asleep with their mouth open. We do not talk to our neighbors because our neighbors are currently wearing the plastic stethoscope headphones and watching Burt Reynolds. We are a nation of frequent flyers, people who measure their lives in air miles, as if the distance traveled were a substitute for the quality of the journey. We arrive in London or Paris or Tokyo, feeling like a piece of baggage that has been particularly poorly handled. We are jet-lagged, a term used to describe the sensation of your body being in one time zone while your brain is still somewhere over Greenland, wondering where the Salisbury steak went. The final accounting of the hump. As I write this, the 747 is the king of the skies. It is the symbol of the new global village. We can go anywhere, see anything, and meet anyone, provided we are willing to be treated like a crate of industrial ball bearings for 10 hours. But I suspect that one day we will look back at the 747 with the same nostalgia we feel for the stagecoach. We will remember the spiral staircase, which we never got to see, the blue smoke, which we never want to smell again, and the sheer thundering arrogance of the machine. For now, however, I must prepare for landing. The pilot has informed us that the weather in London is gray and drizzly, which is a comfort. It means the environment will finally match the color of my lunch. I shall gather my coat, wait for 45 minutes for the aisles to clear, and then step out onto the tarmac, where I will proceed to kiss the ground and swear that I will never, ever leave it again. At least not until my return flight on Tuesday. Progress is a wonderful thing, to be sure, but if the good Lord had intended for man to fly in a 747, He would have given us shorter legs, harder heads, and a much higher tolerance for lukewarm Salisbury steak. Flight is the only human endeavor where we achieve the divine, only to find that the divine is remarkably crowded and serves very poor coffee. Chapter 16. The Pet Rock and the Death of Intelligence. I have often sat upon the fence of human history and watched the procession of progress go by, and I have generally found that for every 2 steps man takes toward the light of reason, he takes one very confident leap into a bucket of whitewash. We have built the steam engine, we have harnessed the lightning to carry our gossip across the oceans, and we have, as previously discussed, sent a geologist to the moon to verify that it is, indeed, composed of very expensive dirt. But in this peculiar decade of the 1970s, it appears that the American intellect has finally decided to go on a prolonged vacation, leaving the premises in the care of a collection of beach gravel and a very clever marketing man. Now, some of the more fastidious historians, the kind of people who insist on counting every bean in the pot before they will admit to having a soup, will tell you that the pet rock did not reach its full hysterical bloom until the year 1975. But I maintain that the spirit of the pet rock was born in 1972. It was in this year that we, as a nation, collectively looked at the complexities of the world, the Watergate tapes, the Hanoi paradox, and the rising cost of a decent cigar, and decided that we were no longer fit to care for a goldfish, much less a republic. We were ready for a companion that required no food, no water, no affection, and possess the intellectual curiosity of a doorstop. The architecture of the educated stone. I recently encountered a gentleman who had just purchased one of these modern miracles. He held it in his hand with a reverence that would have been appropriate for the Hope Diamond, though in reality he was holding a smooth gray stone that looked like it had spent the last 10,000 years doing absolutely nothing on a beach in Mexico. "It's a pet rock, Mr. TwAIn," he cried, his eyes gleaming with the light of a man who has successfully avoided an original thought for several weeks. "It's the perfect pet. It doesn't bark, it doesn't shed, and it doesn't ruin the Mediterranean oak carpet." "Sir," I replied, "it also doesn't exist in any meaningful sense beyond being a geological fragment. You have paid $4, which, in today's currency, could buy you a very respectable dinner or 3/4 of a gallon of gasoline for a piece of debris. If you wanted a rock, you could have stepped into your own backyard and found a dozen of them for free, all of whom would be equally qualified to sit on your desk and ignore you." "But this one comes with a manual," he insisted. And there, my friends, lies the genius of the crime. The Gospel, according to Gary Dahl. The pet rock was not a product. It was a joke that the American public was more than happy to pay for the privilege of being the butt of. It was sold in a cardboard box that featured breathing holes, as if the rock were currently engaged in a desperate struggle for oxygen. Inside, nestled in a bed of straw like a tiny mineral messiah, was the rock itself. But the centerpiece of this farce was the instruction manual. This was a document of such exquisite, tongue-in-cheek absurdity that it made the average political platform look like a work of rigorous logic. It provided detailed directions on how to train your rock. Sit and stay were, as you might imagine, commands that the rock mastered with an efficiency that would put a golden retriever to shame. Roll over required a bit of assistance from the owner, but the manual assured the reader that once the rock was properly motivated by a gentle nudge, it would perform the maneuver with a grace and gravity that was entirely its own. Attack was a command reserved for those moments when the rock was placed inside a sock and swung with murderous intent. I read this manual with a mixture of admiration for the author's gall and a profound sorrow for the future of the species. We have spent 6,000 years developing the written word, only to use it to explain to a grown man how to tell a piece of granite to remain stationary. It is the apotheosis of the absurd. It is the moment when the age of reason checked out of the hotel and left a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. The luxury of the brain dead. Why did we buy it? Why did we flock to the department stores to purchase a pet that could be replaced by any pebble found in a gutter? I suspect it is because in 1972, the American brain was overheated. We had been asked to process too much. We had seen the moon, we had seen the war on the television, and we had seen the president sweating in high definition. We were exhausted by the effort of being informed. The pet rock offered us the ultimate luxury, the right to be stupid. A pet rock does not ask you for your opinion on the gold standard. It does not demand that you take a side in the feminine mystique. It does not even require that you remember its name. It is a companion for a man who has given up. It is the electronic opiate in solid form. To own a pet rock is to announce to the world, I have reached the limit of my capacity for concern, and I am now going to spend the afternoon talking to a piece of limestone. The pet rock is the only pet in the world that is guaranteed to outlive its owner, primarily because it was never alive to begin with. It is a monument to the durability of matter and the fragility of the human mind. The marketing of the vacuum. The man who invented this craze, a Mr. Gary Dahl, is the true hero or villain of the era. He realized a fundamental truth about the American public. We are a nation that loves a gimmick more than we love the truth. We will buy anything if it is packaged correctly. He didn't sell a rock. He sold a story. He sold the idea that we could be in on the joke. By buying a pet rock, you weren't being a fool. You were being a humorist. You were showing that you didn't take life too seriously. But the joke was on the bank account. Mr. Dahl became a millionaire in a matter of months, proving that there is no resource more plentiful or more easily harvested in this republic than the gullibility of a man with $4 in his pocket and a void in his head. I watched a woman in a department store carefully selecting her rock. She was comparing them for personality. "This one looks a bit brooding," she said, squinting at a lump of basalt. "But this one has a certain joie de vivre." "Madame," I said, "that is not joie de vivre. That is a quartz inclusion. It is a geological defect, not a character trait. You are currently attempting to psychoanalyze a mineral." She looked at me as if I were the one who had lost my senses. And in a way, I had. I had lost the sense that I was living in a world of rational beings. The death of intelligence? As I look back at the pet rock phenomenon, I see it as a tombstone for the intellectual vigor of the mid-century. We began the 1960s with the New Frontier and the Great Society. We ended them with the me decade and a box of straw. We have become a nation of hobbyists. We have mood rings that tell us how we feel because we are apparently too disconnected from our own nervous systems to know if we are angry or sad without the assistance of a heat-sensitive liquid crystal. We have lava lamps that mesmerize us with the movement of grease. And we have rocks that we treat like children. It is a comfortable, padded kind of insanity. It is a death of intelligence that doesn't involve a bang or a whimper, but merely a dull, rhythmic thud, the sound of a pet rock being placed back in its box for the night. I shall retreat to my library. I have a collection of books that, while they do not sit or stay with the same reliability as a rock, do occasionally provide a thought that hasn't been pre-packaged and sold for $4. I fear for the future, I truly do. For if we can be convinced that a stone is a pet, what else can we be convinced of? We might be convinced that a television commercial is a form of poetry, or that a politician with a secret tape recorder is a paragon of virtue. The possibilities for disaster are infinite when the public decides that thinking is too much trouble. I think I shall take my own pet rock, a piece of Missouri flint I found by the river, and I shall tell it to guard the house. It won't do a lick of work, of course, but at least I didn't pay Gary Dahl for the privilege of being ignored. Man is the only animal that will pay for a rock so he can have something to talk to that won't point out he's making a fool of himself. Chapter 17. The Cold War's Great Chessboard. I have observed in my various peregrinations through the history of human folly that there is no pastime so profoundly tedious to the spectator, yet so lethally earnest to the participant, as the game of chess. It is a diversion that requires the patience of a glacier, the nerves of a high-wire acrobat, and the social temperament of a particularly surly snapping turtle. In the year of our Lord 1972, however, this ancient ritual of pushing bits of carved wood across a checkered board was suddenly elevated from the status of a quiet parlor game for elderly gentlemen into a matter of such monumental geopolitical importance that one might have thought the very survival of the planet depended upon the movement of a miniature horse. I speak, of course, of the match of the century in Reykjavik, Iceland, a clash between the American boy wonder, Bobby Fischer, and the Soviet titan, Boris Spassky. It was the Cold War in miniature, played out in a refrigerated hall on a desolate island that seems to have been designed by the Creator on a day when he was feeling particularly uninspired by the concept of vegetation. The Night of the Brooklyn Pavement. Bobby Fischer is a creature who could only have been forged in the crucible of modern American eccentricity. He is a man who possesses a mind like a steel trap and a personality like a barbed wire fence. To Bobby, the world is merely a disorganized and poorly lit waiting room where he must occasionally endure the presence of inferior beings until he can return to the 64 squares, where he is the undisputed king. In 1972, Bobby became the champion of the free world, a title that would have been a heavy burden for a man of average vanity, but which Bobby wore like a slightly ill-fitting suit that he intended to return for a full refund. He approached the match with a list of demands that would have embarrassed a Roman emperor. He demanded more money, he demanded special lighting, he demanded that the cameras be removed because their whirring disturbed his cosmic concentration, and I suspect that, had the whim taken him, he would have demanded that the Atlantic Ocean be drained and refilled with ginger ale. "He is a genius!" cried the American press. "He is a nuisance," muttered anyone who actually had to speak to him. In my day, a genius was expected to have at least a modicum of charm, or at least a decent haircut. But Fischer had replaced charm with a vibrating, incandescent paranoia. He believed the Russians were plotting against him. He believed the chairs were rigged. He believed, perhaps, that the very air in Iceland was being spiked with Soviet tranquilizers. And the most delicious irony of all was that, because he was so remarkably good at chess, the American public was more than happy to indulge his every tantrum, believing that his rudeness was merely the price of excellence. The Soviet machine, Boris the Stoic. On the other side of the board sat Boris Spassky, a man who possessed the calm, unblinking dignity of a stone monument. Boris was the product of the Soviet chess machine, a state-sponsored industry designed to prove that the Marxist-Leninist system was capable of producing the finest thinkers in the world. In the Soviet Union, chess is not a game. It is a national duty, like mining coal or standing in line for bread. Boris arrived in Iceland accompanied by a legion of seconds, gentlemen who looked like they had been recruited from the local secret police and whose primary function was to analyze every possible move, every potential gambit, and perhaps to ensure that Boris didn't accidentally develop a taste for American blue jeans or free speech. The contrast was magnificent. Here was the lone American hero, individualistic, temperamental, and borderline unmanageable, facing off against the iron monolith of the East. It was the Wild West versus the 5-year plan, played out with bishops and pawns instead of six-shooters and missiles. The tragedy of the first move. The match began with a comedy of errors that would have disgraced a backwoods checker tournament. Bobby Fischer, true to his nature, was late. He stayed in New York, demanding more gold, until a gentleman named Henry Kissinger, the Wizard of Hanoi from Chapter 12, personally telephoned him and appealed to his patriotism. "The President wants you to go, Bobby," Kissinger reportedly said. Now, when the man who is currently reorganizing the map of the world tells you to go play a game of chess, you generally pack your bags. Bobby arrived in Iceland, and the world held its breath. In the first game, Bobby made a blunder of such staggering proportions that even the casual observers in the taverns of Reykjavik gasped. He moved his bishop into a position where it was promptly trapped and devoured by a Soviet pawn. It was a mistake that suggested he was either suffering from a stroke or had been momentarily distracted by a particularly interesting piece of lint on his sleeve. He lost the game. In the second game, Bobby didn't even show up. He stayed in his hotel room complaining about the cameras. He forfeited the point. The score was 2-0 for the Soviets, and the match of the century appeared to be ending before it had even begun. The American public was in a state of high-altitude despair. Was our hero a fraud? Was the free world to be humiliated by a man who couldn't handle the hum of a television lens? The basement gambit. But then came the turning point, the moment the farce became a legend. Bobby agreed to play the third game, but only if it were moved to a tiny, windowless back room, away from the cameras and the audience. It was a basement duel. I have seen many strange things in my time, but the image of the two greatest minds in the world huddling in a broom closet to decide the fate of the Cold War is perhaps the most surreal. In that small, quiet room, Bobby Fischer dismantled Boris Spassky with the cold, methodical cruelty of a surgeon. He won. Then he won again, and again. By the time they returned to the main hall, the momentum had shifted. Bobby was no longer a temperamental child. He was an unstoppable force of nature. He played moves that the Soviet computers hadn't even dreamed of. He played with an aggression that suggested he wasn't merely trying to win a game, but to erase the very concept of Russian chess from the annals of time. Chess is a game of war, but in 1972 it became a game of psychology. Bobby Fischer realized that you don't have to beat the man's pieces, you only have to beat the man's peace of mind. The paranoia of the X-ray. As Bobby's lead grew, the Soviet camp descended into a state of hysterical suspicion that would have made the Watergate plumbers look like models of stability. They began to believe that the Americans were using electronic devices to disturb Boris's concentration. They demanded that the chairs be X-rayed. I am not joking. They actually brought in scientists to examine the furniture for hidden transmitters or chemical irritants. They found 2 dead flies and a bit of loose stuffing. The flies were not, as far as I know, members of the CIA, and the stuffing was entirely innocent of any Marxist-Leninist leanings. But the damage was done. The Soviet machine had been rattled by the sheer, unadulterated Americanness of Bobby Fischer. They couldn't understand a man who followed no rules, respected no authority, and seemed to subsist entirely on a diet of orange juice and pure, unrefined ego. The crowning of the king. On September 1st, 1972, Boris Spassky resigned the 21st game by telephone. Bobby Fischer was the world champion. The American public exploded with joy. We had beaten the Russians at their own game. We had proven that a lone boy from Brooklyn could take on an entire empire and emerge victorious. Bobby was a hero. He was on the cover of every magazine. He was offered millions of dollars in endorsements. He was the most famous man in the world. And then, in a move that was perfectly consistent with his character, he vanished. He refused to play. He surrendered his title. He descended into a world of even deeper paranoia and isolation, eventually wandering the globe as a stateless ghost, railing against the very country that had once worshipped him. It was a tragedy, I suppose, but for the observer of 1972, it was the perfect ending. Bobby Fischer had achieved the impossible, and once he had achieved it, he found that the world was still just a disorganized waiting room with poor lighting, and he wanted no part of it. The final accounting of the 64 squares. What did we learn from the great chessboard of 1972? We learned that in the Cold War, anything can be a weapon. A hockey puck, a space capsule, or a wooden pawn. We learned that the American dream of the lone individual can be a terrifying thing when it is stripped of its humanity. And we learned that the world would much rather watch two men sit in silence for 5 hours than face the reality of their own political situation. I shall stick to my checkers. It is a simpler game. It doesn't require an X-ray of my chair, and if I lose, the president doesn't have to call me to apologize. In 1972, even the games are exhausting. I think I shall go find a quiet corner away from the electronic opiate in the match of the century and see if I can't find a partner for a game of whist. At least in whist, you're allowed to talk. And in this year of our Lord 1972, everyone has far too much to say and far too little worth hearing. In chess, as in life, the most dangerous move is the one you make because you think you've already won. The Russians thought they owned the board. Bobby Fischer reminded them that the board belongs to whoever is willing to be the biggest nuisance. Chapter 18. The Puka Shell and Other Aesthetic Crimes. I have long since come to the conclusion that the great Creator, in His infinite wisdom, endowed the human race with the gift of sight primarily so that we might occasionally be horrified by one another. In the 19th century, we were a plain people, given to sturdy wools, sensible linens, and hairstyles that could be managed with a bit of bear grease and a stern comb. If a man looked ridiculous, it was usually because he was a circus performer or a politician, two professions which, as I have noted, are frequently indistinguishable. But in the year of our Lord 1972, we have entered an era of aesthetic anarchy. It is a time when the American public has decided that the purpose of clothing is not to provide warmth or modesty, but to serve as a visual assault upon the nervous system of one's neighbor. We have collectively abandoned the standards of our ancestors in favor of a look that suggests we have all been shipwrecked on a tropical island populated entirely by manic, depressive interior designers. The puka shell, the jewelry of the deceased mollusk. The primary artifact of this decorative madness is the puka shell necklace. Now, I have seen the treasures of the Orient. I have seen the pearls of the South Seas and the diamonds of the Rand. These are gems that possess a certain intrinsic beauty. But the puka shell is something else entirely. It is a small, bleached, circular fragment of a deceased snail found on the beaches of Hawaii. To the snail, it was a home. To the ocean, it was a bit of calcium carbonate. But to the American youth of 1972, it is a sacred talisman of coolness. I recently encountered a young man in the middle of a blizzard in Chicago. He was wearing a puka shell necklace. He was shivering with such intensity that his teeth sounded like a telegraph operator sending a frantic SOS, yet he refused to button his shirt because he wanted the world to see his collection of snail parts. "It's the island vibe, Sam," he chattered, his skin a shade of blue that would have looked lovely on a Dutch plate. "It's about being laid back." "My boy," I said, "you are not in Honolulu. You are standing in a snowbank outside of Sears. If you were any more laid back, we would have to call a mortician. Why are you wearing the skeletal remains of a mollusk around your throat? If I were to wear a necklace of bleached chicken bones, you would call me a savage. Yet because these bones came from the Pacific, you call it fashion." He looked at me with the pitying gaze of the enlightened. In 1972, vibe is a word that is used to justify every possible lapse in judgment. If you have the right vibe, you can wear a pineapple on your head and people will ask you where they can buy a similar fruit. The mutton chops, the facial forest. But the puka shell is merely the appetizer in this feast of folly. We must also consider the sideburn. In my youth, a man's sideburns ended at the level of his ear, as God and the barbers intended. But in 1972, the sideburn has developed an expansionist policy. It has descended down the cheek, bypassed the jawline, and is currently making a determined run for the collarbone. We call these mutton chops. It is a terrifying sight. I have seen men whose faces are so thoroughly overgrown with hair that they appear to be peeking out from behind a pair of very small, very furry window curtains. These sideburns are not merely hair, they are ecosystems. I suspect that if one were to probe deeply into the sideburns of a 1972 insurance salesman, one might find a lost tribe of Aztecs, a missing set of car keys, and enough crumbs to feed a medium-sized flock of sparrows for a week. This facial topiary is usually accompanied by a mustache of such aggressive proportions that it requires its own zip code. It is the Burt Reynolds influence. Every man in America currently believes that if he can only grow enough hair on his upper lip, he will suddenly find himself capable of driving a Trans Am through a brick wall while being pursued by a comical sheriff. The result is a nation of men who look like they are constantly attempting to smuggle a squirrel across a state line by hiding it under their nose. The bell bottom, the physics of the flared ankle. And then we descend to the lower limbs. We must discuss the bell bottom. I have spent a fair amount of time on the decks of ships, and I understand the utility of the sailor's trouser. It is wide at the bottom, so it can be rolled up when scrubbing the deck. But the 1972 bell bottom is not a tool of maritime labor. It is a garment of sheer, flapping absurdity. The bell bottom is tight at the thigh, often so tight that the wearer's pulse can be monitored from across the street. But at the knee, it explodes into a vast triangular sail of fabric. To walk in these trousers is to engage in a constant struggle with the wind. I saw a young lady walking down a street in San Francisco during a gusty afternoon. Her pant legs caught a breeze, and for a moment I truly believed she was going to achieve liftoff and sail over the Bay Bridge like a denim-clad albatross. The most tragic aspect of the bell-bottom is its relationship with the ground. Because they are so wide, they act as a sort of peripatetic broom. A man starts his day with clean trousers, but by noon his bells have collected a layer of dust, gum wrappers, and discarded lottery tickets from every sidewalk in the county. By evening, the bottom 6 inches of his pants are a soggy gray fringe of urban detritus. The bell-bottom is the only garment in history designed to ensure that you cannot see your own feet, thereby guaranteeing that you will eventually trip over the very fashion choice you made to look graceful. The mood ring, the emotional thermometer. Finally, we must touch upon the mood ring. This is a piece of jewelry that features a liquid crystal stone that changes color according to the wearer's body temperature. We are told that these colors correspond to our emotional state. Blue means you are calm. Green means you are active. Black means you are anxious or stressed. I saw a man recently who was screaming at a taxi driver. His face was the color of a ripe beet. His veins were standing out like bridge cables, and he was using language that would have made a pirate blush. I looked at his hand. His mood ring was a serene, tranquil blue. "Sir," I said, "your ring indicates that you are in a state of profound inner peace. Perhaps you should tell your face, as it appears to have missed the memo." "It's broken!" he roared. "I've been wearing it for an hour, and it won't turn red." This is the quintessential 1972 experience. We have become so disconnected from our own souls that we require a $5 ring to tell us if we are happy or sad. We have outsourced our emotions to a chemical reaction. If the ring says, "I am mellow," then I must be mellow, even if I am currently suffering from a severe case of indigestion and a profound dislike for my mother-in-law. The aesthetic crime scene. As I look at the photographs of this year, the high-waisted trousers, the feathered hair, which gives both men and women the appearance of having been recently startled by a leaf blower, the puka shells, and the platform shoes, I am struck by a sense of impending shame. There is a law of history which states that the more modern a fashion feels at the time, the more criminal it will look in 20 years. The people of 1972 believe they are the pinnacle of style. They look in the mirror and they see a groovy masterpiece. They do not realize that their grandchildren will one day find these photographs in an attic and use them as evidence that their ancestors were clearly suffering from a collective, decade-long hallucination. "Look, Grandma," they will cry. "Why did Grandpa have hair on his neck? Why is he wearing a necklace made of snails? And why are his pants wide enough to hide a small pony?" And the grandma of the future will have no answer. She will merely sigh, turn a serene blue on her mood ring, and wonder where she put her puka shells. I shall remain in my white suit. It is old, it is wrinkled, and it is entirely out of step with the vibe of 1972. But it has one great advantage. It does not require me to explain why I am wearing a mollusk, and it does not attempt to sweep the sidewalk while I walk. I may be a relic of the 19th century, but at least when I look in the mirror, I see a man instead of a collection of bad ideas from a Polynesian gift shop. Fashion is a form of ugliness so intolerable that we have to alter it every 6 months. In 1972, however, we seem to have reached a level of ugliness that even a change of seasons cannot cure. Chapter 19, The Middle Class Purgatory. I have spent a considerable portion of my earthly pilgrimage observing the various ways in which man attempts to colonize the wilderness. In my younger days, a settlement was a collection of rough-hewn cabins clinging to a riverbank, populated by people whose primary ambitions were to avoid being scalped, to find a vein of silver, or at the very least, to secure a supply of flour that wasn't 80% weevils. It was a rugged, dusty, and fundamentally honest struggle against the elements. But in the year of our Lord 1972, the American Republic has invented a new kind of frontier, a frontier not of redwood and granite, but of asphalt and aluminum siding. We call it the suburbs. It is a geographical achievement that defies the laws of both nature and variety. We have taken the vast rolling majesty of the continent and subdivided it into identical rectangles of Kentucky bluegrass, upon which we have placed identical boxes of split-level architecture, inhabited by people who possess identical dreams of owning a riding lawnmower and a second-best set of china for company they don't particularly like. The tabernacle of the turf. The primary deity of the 1972 suburb is not found in the church on the corner, but in the 4 inches of vegetation that separate a man's front door from the public sidewalk. I speak of the lawn. In the suburbs, a lawn is not merely a patch of grass. It is a moral ledger. A man may be a secret embezzler, he may be a cruel husband, or he may possess a library full of subversive literature. But if his lawn is a uniform emerald green, trimmed to the precise height of a billiard table and devoid of a single dandelion, he is considered a saint of the highest order. I recently watched a gentleman, a fellow who, I am told, is a high-ranking official at a local bank, engaging in a ritual of high chemical warfare against a solitary patch of crabgrass. He was dressed in a pair of plaid Bermuda shorts that were a direct insult to the concept of dignity, and he was wielding a pressurized sprayer filled with a liquid that I suspect could strip the paint off a battleship. "Take that, you botanical interloper," he hissed, drenching the weed in a mist of poison. "Sir," I remarked, leaning over his chain-link fence, "it is but a plant. It is green. It grows toward the sun, and it appears to have a more robust constitution than the pampered blades of grass you are so desperately trying to protect. Why the animosity?" He looked at me with the wild, haunted eyes of a man who has looked into the abyss and found it filled with clover. "You don't understand, Sam. If the crabgrass takes the miller's yard, it's only a matter of time before it crosses the driveway. It's anarchy. It's the end of property values. This is the terror that haunts the middle-class purgatory, the fear of the unkempt. In 1972, a dandelion is not a flower. It is a declaration of bankruptcy. If a man allows his grass to grow half an inch too long, the neighbors begin to whisper. They wonder if he's having trouble at the office. They wonder if he's started drinking in the afternoons. They look at his overgrown lawn, and they see the first cracks in the foundation of Western civilization. The architecture of the cookie cutter. And what of the houses themselves? I have seen the great cathedrals of Europe and the sturdy mansions of the Hudson Valley, but the suburban ranch of 1972 is a unique triumph of the lack of imagination. These houses are built with a speed that suggests the builders are expecting an imminent invasion and need to finish the roof before the paratroopers arrive. They are composed of ticky-tacky, a substance that looks like wood from a distance, feels like cardboard up close, and possesses the insulating properties of a damp newspaper. The interior of the 1972 home is governed by the great trinity of color: avocado green, harvest gold, and burnt orange. I entered a family room recently that was so thoroughly draped in these hues that I felt as though I had been swallowed by a giant radioactive omelet. The carpet was shag, a floor covering that features individual strands of yarn so long that a man could lose a small dog in it for 3 days. It is a trap for dust, for crumbs, and for the soul. The center of the home is the kitchen, which features a linoleum floor with a pattern that induces a mild form of vertigo if stared at for too long. Here, the housewife of 1972 engages in the sacred ritual of the Tupperware party. I happened to observe one of these gatherings through a window. A dozen ladies were huddled around a table watching with bated breath as a consultant demonstrated the burping of a plastic bowl. "Listen to that seal!" the lady cried, pressing the lid down. "Pop!" The audience let out a collective sigh of rapture. It was a sound that represented the ultimate suburban dream, the ability to keep a leftover half-onion fresh for an eternity in a vacuum-sealed plastic sarcophagus. In 1972, we have conquered the problem of food preservation, even if we haven't yet figured out what to do with the extra time we've saved other than to go to more Tupperware parties. The station wagon, the beast of the cul-de-sac. To navigate this purgatory, the suburbanite requires a specific beast of burden: the wood-grained station wagon. This is a vehicle of such gargantuan length that it requires a navigator to determine if the rear bumper is still in the same county as the front. It is adorned with Dynoc vinyl paneling, a substance that pretends to be oak, but is, in reality, a sticker applied to a sheet of steel. It is the architectural equivalent of putting a bow tie on a hippopotamus. Inside this metal cavern, one finds the rear-facing seat. This is a bench located in the very back of the wagon, where the children are placed so they can stare out the rear window at the receding world. It is a marvelous invention for inducing nausea and for allowing the youth to make obscene gestures at the drivers following behind, all while the parents in the front seat are blissfully unaware, insulated by the roar of the air conditioner and the soothing strains of easy listening radio. The station wagon is used for the weekly grocery run, a journey to a giant fluorescent-lit warehouse where the middle class buys Wonder Bread, which is to real bread what a cloud is to a brick, and TV dinners, which we have already discussed in their aluminum glory. The cocktail hour, the mask of the martini. But the true heart of the middle-class purgatory is revealed only when the sun goes down and the cocktail hour begins. In the suburbs of 1972, the gin is always cold, and the desperation is always quiet. There is a ritual known as the barbecue, where the men gather around a charcoal grill to incinerate a collection of cheap frankfurters, while the women gather in the kitchen to discuss the rising price of ground chuck and the scandalous behavior of the new family in house number 54. "They have a foreign car, Martha," whispers one. "And I hear he doesn't use a weed whacker," replies the other, with a gasp of horror. Underneath the laughter and the clinking of ice cubes, there is a vibrating sense of ennui. These people have achieved everything the American dream promised them. They have the house, the yard, the car, and the vacuum-sealed onions. And yet, They look at one another over their martinis with a question in their eyes that they are too polite or too terrified to ask. Is this all there is? They seek the answer in key parties, a scandalous rumor of the suburbs that suggests the neighbors are swapping more than just lawnmower parts, in self-help books that promise to open your marriage or find your inner child, and in a steady consumption of Valium, the little yellow pill that makes the avocado green walls look slightly less oppressive. The final accounting of the picket fence. As I write this, the suburbs are expanding like a slow-motion tidal wave of concrete. We are paving over the orchards and the meadows to create more Crestview Manors and Oakwood Estates, so named because all the crests have been leveled and all the oaks have been cut down. We have created a paradise of predictability. In 1972, a man can drive from a suburb in New Jersey to a suburb in California and never feel as though he has left his own living room. He will find the same houses, the same grass, the same Tupperware, and the same quiet, gnawing sense that he is living in a very comfortable, very well-manicured prison. It is a purgatory of the spirit. We have traded the dangers of the frontier for the boredom of the cul-de-sac. We have traded the struggle for survival for the struggle for a better grade of fertilizer. And as I sit here on my porch watching the automatic sprinkler system begin its rhythmic mechanical drenching of the miller's lawn, I cannot help but feel a longing for the old days, the days when the world was wide, the grass was wild, and a man was judged by the calluses on his hands instead of the quality of his Harvest Gold refrigerator. I think I shall go inside and have a drink. Not a martini, mind you. I find that a martini in the suburbs tastes too much like a compromise. I shall have a bourbon neat. It's a 19th century drink for a 19th century soul, and it's the only thing in this avocado green world that doesn't feel like it was made in a factory and sold with a lifetime guarantee of mediocrity. The American suburb is a place where they cut down the trees and then name the streets after them. It is the only place on earth where a man can be perfectly successful and perfectly miserable at the very same time, provided his lawn is in good standing. Chapter 20, The Final Accounting. We have reached the end of the furrow. The calendar, that relentless bookkeeper of our mortality, is preparing to strike a line under the year of our Lord 1972 and move the ledger into a fresh volume. As I sit here in the gloaming of December, surrounded by the discarded wrappings of a Christmas that featured a suspicious amount of plastic and an alarming lack of sincerity, I find myself compelled to offer a final summation of this peculiar orbit of the sun. It has been a year of magnificent contradictions. We have seen the triumph of the machine and the surrender of the mind. We have seen the apotheosis of the scoundrel and the burial of the hero. And we have seen a nation clothe itself in a substance that will neither decay in the earth nor allow a man to sit down without the sound of a small explosion. If 1972 were a man, he would be a fellow who has just won $1 million in the lottery, only to discover that the ticket was stolen. His suit is on fire, and he has forgotten his own name. The mandate of the mumbled word. The primary event of this final quarter was, of course, the election. In November, the American people rose as one, or at least as 49/50ths, and declared that they were perfectly satisfied with the Monarch of the Potomac. Mr. Nixon did not merely win. He achieved a landslide of such geological proportions that his opponent, the saintly and doomed Mr. McGovern, was effectively buried under a mountain of polyester-clad indifference. It was a victory for stability. It was a victory for law and order. And as I watched the president deliver his victory speech, his face a map of carefully rehearsed humility and deeply ingrained suspicion, I could not help but think of those whirring tape recorders in the Oval Office. There is a profound irony in a man receiving a mandate from the people while he is secretly recording himself, wondering how to keep those same people from finding out what he's been up to on a Tuesday night in June. The silent majority has spoken, and what they said was, "We do not wish to be disturbed. We have our color televisions, our V8 engines, and our microwave ovens. And if the price of these comforts is a bit of light burglary and a surplus of political fog, we are more than happy to pay it. We are a nation that has decided that the truth is a luxury we can no longer afford, like a high-grade cigar or a well-made pair of leather boots." The ghost of the peace table. As the year closes, the Hanoi paradox remains unresolved, though the signatures are being prepared. We are told that peace with honor is finally arriving. In 1972, honor has become a term of art, like synthetic or buffered. It doesn't mean what it used to mean in the days of the dueling pistol and the sacred oath. Today, honor means that we have bombed a country into a state of rubble-strewn silence and can now leave the premises without tripping over our own wounded pride. I saw a group of veterans returning home just last week. They did not look like men who had participated in a peace with honor. They looked like men who had been sent to do a job that no one understood, using tools that didn't work, for a purpose that shifted with the political winds. They are the true final accounting of 1972, a generation of youth who have discovered that the Great Society is a fiction and that the new frontier is just a jungle with better propaganda. The plasticization of the soul. But if the politics of the year were dark, the aesthetics were blinding. We cannot close the book on 1972 without one final shuddering glance at the polyester purgatory. We have become a synthetic people. We eat synthetic food, we wear synthetic clothes, and we engage in synthetic emotions. I attended a New Year's Eve party recently where the theme was the future. The room was decorated with aluminum foil. The guests were dressed in shimmering jumpsuits that looked like they had been stolen from a low-budget space opera. And the punch was a shade of green that is not found in nature outside of a stagnant pond. I spoke to a gentleman who was very proud of his new digital life. "Mr. TwAIn," he said, gesturing with a plastic cup, "in 1973, everything will be different. We'll have computers in our pockets. We'll have robots to do our chores. We'll have conquered the very notion of work." "My dear fellow," I replied, "you said the same thing in 1872 when the steam plow was invented, and yet I observe that you are still working 40 hours a week. You're more stressed than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs, and you're currently drinking a beverage that I suspect could be used to clean the rust off a locomotive. You're not conquering work. You're merely inventing more expensive ways to be busy." We have mistaken activity for progress. We think that because we are moving faster, we are going somewhere better. But as I look at the Boeing 747 culture we have created, I see only a race of people who are traveling 600 miles per hour toward a destination they will barely recognize. to do things they could have done just as well at home, if they only knew how to sit still for 5 minutes. The looming shadow of 73. As the clock ticks toward midnight, there are dark clouds on the horizon, clouds that even the most powerful V8 engine cannot outrun. The energy crisis is whispering at the door. We have built a civilization on the assumption that oil is as infinite as the stupidity of a congressional committee, and we are about to discover that the tap can be turned off by a gentleman in a desert who doesn't care for our vibe. The Watergate leak is becoming a flood. The duct tape is peeling, the plumbers are being subpoenaed, and the Monarch of the Potomac is beginning to look less like a king and more like a man who has realized the lifeboats are all made of lead. And the Meade decade is in full bloom. We are turning inward. We are retreating into our suburbs, our lava lamps, and our pet rocks. We have decided that since we cannot fix the world, we might as well make sure our lawns are perfectly manicured and our mood rings remain a tranquil blue. A closing prayer for the Republic. So, what is the final verdict on 1972? It was a year of the great distraction. We were distracted by the moon, by the movies, by the flashing lights of the disco, and by the promises of the politicians. We were so busy marveling at our new toys that we didn't notice the foundations were beginning to sag. We have traded our substance for shadow, our linen for polyester, and our truth for a carefully edited transcript. But I suppose I shouldn't be too hard on the old year. It gave us a few laughs, a few thrills, and a great deal of material for a snarky old man with a pen and a surplus of bile. It was a year that proved once again that the human race is a magnificent, ridiculous, and utterly indestructible collection of fools. We will survive 1972, just as we survived the Civil War and the invention of the accordion. We will stumble into 1973 with our bells flapping, our hair feathered, and our digital watches blinking their red demand display eyes. I shall light my final cigar of the year. It is a real cigar, made of real tobacco, and it requires a real match to ignite. It is an honest 19th century pleasure in a world of 19th-rate illusions. Here's to 1972, I say to the empty room. You were a colorful, noisy, and remarkably shiny disaster. May your successor be slightly more dignified, though I suspect I'm asking for a miracle that even NASA couldn't deliver. The ball is dropping in Times Square, the people are shouting. The static electricity from their coats is lighting up the night sky, and as the new year arrives, I shall go to bed, secure in the knowledge that no matter how much the world changes, man will always find a way to make a fool of himself, and I will always be here to write it down. Good night, 1972. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. It's made of Mediterranean oak contact paper, and it's remarkably fragile. The only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd rather not. The only way to survive a year like 1972 is to laugh at what you don't understand, ignore what you can't fix, and keep your receipts, because the auditors of history are rarely in a forgiving mood. The end. This has been Mark Twain.